in January and February. We've had Eurobond payments. I think that was on the 3rd of January. So government is a bit free in terms of what they have to do. And this is the Treasury bill maturity rollover. Maybe I won't talk much on this. But then again, I mentioned that the Ghana Stock Exchange, this on the equities, they did very well last year. So 73.25% in terms of total return. This is the Black Star Total Return Index. We built this index ourselves. And it shows you, when you say total return, so plus your dividends, plus every other thing that was paid on the interest, this is on your equity. This is what you actually made in the entire year. So it's also something to take a look at. I'll just leave it for those who will talk about where to invest. But then again, I'm sure some people are excited about this slide. Some people are not. But we are live, so let's all be happy. So a very good majority in terms of parliament, 2/3, about 66% of it, which is also very good for them because they get to pass important policies that they need to in order to work. So it's something that would have to take note of. But I think what I want us to focus more on is what they want to do in the first 120 days, which will also affect our policies. I know Prince mentioned the betting tax. People are happy about it. They are sticking to their promises on having cabinet ministers within the first 14 days. They have nominated, I think, about 13 or something ministers, also ministers in there, and vetting is going on. The regional ministers, I think it's just left with 3 more. There are 16 regions now. I think it's left with 3 more for them. I think vetting will start on the 23rd of January for that one. So they are sticking to their promises. We've seen various policies and committees being rolled out to do that. The audits, they've put in the oral team to be able to do that. Mining, we may not have heard much on mining in that case, but then to scrap e-levy, COVID levy, bed tax, they said the bed tax. Some of these levies, some of these revenues are not enshrined, but they may be in the IMF deal, so it may be a bit difficult to tweak them. If you do that, that means that you would have to get something to plug in. So they would have to be able to widen and deepen the tax brackets or however they will collect their revenue. And I know the designated Minister for Finance mentioned that road tolls are going to come back. It's also a way, I think, before it was scrapped, it used to bring about 600 million to the budget every year. So that's another 600 million the country is going to gain if they take off the betting tax and the likes. COVID levy too, they're going to scrap the emission levy and then review some of the taxes in there. And then there are various reforms and policies that they are going to make. But in general, I think I have about 2 minutes more. Just in summary, in terms of growth, it may reduce because of weak demand across. Inflation is on a downward trend, but it's going to be challenged by trade wars that we see. In terms of currency, if the trend continues, last I said 15%, that might be what we are going to see. In terms of inflation, we expect it to remain elevated, not go up as much, but still remain within the 20 band. For the year. For the fixed income, if the policy rates continues to remain elevated, then we are going to see that yields, they are going to remain elevated. That means that your 40% haircuts that you might get if you sell is going to remain. And for our new regime, we're going to have, if once they put in some expenditure checks in there, and then they widen and deepen the revenue brackets or the tax brackets, we are going to see a lot of change in the country. So these are my 2 cents. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for now. Awesome. So what she's successfully done is painted a picture of our local economy, how it segues into the global economy, and how that also influences your personal finances, your investments plans, and all the great plans that we discussed early on in the program. For those joining us on live television and on live stream, this is the Starting the Year Right Conference 2025, organized by Desmond Bredu of the Bredu Literacy Consult. We are proudly supported by Enterprise Trustees, Access Pension Trust, achieved by Petra, Career Wheel, and media support from MX24 TV. Please put your hands together if you're excited to be here. All right, so once again, we want to encourage as many of us who have the link to the program to kindly share so that others get to benefit from the great nuggets of wisdom in investments that we are benefiting from today. Na has shared a good picture of the global economy, and very soon we want to know how that influences our personal investments. To do that, we have a seasoned business manager and entrepreneur with extensive experience in strategic planning, management, and private pension investments. He successfully managed investment portfolios exceeding $200 million, demonstrating deep $200 million, I should say, demonstrating deep expertise in financial analysis, cash flow management, risk assessment, anti-money laundering compliance, investment strategies, and capital markets. Prior to his current job with Petra Trust, he gained experience at Access Bank, Consolidated Bank, formerly Unibank. He holds an executive MBA in finance from the University of Ghana, a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Cape Coast, and a securities and exchange program certificate from the Ghana Stock Exchange. Beyond his professional career, he's a committed volunteer serving as the communications lead and holding other leadership roles within his church. His blend of financial expertise, leadership excellence, and dedication to his profession positions him as a distinguished figure in business and management. It gives me joy to introduce our next speaker, who will touch on the topic of planning for retirement, Mr. Kennedy Smith. Please put your hands together as he comes forward.
Thank you, Prince. It looks like I've accomplished, but I haven't at all. I would like to begin by saying thank you so much, Desmond and the team, for this wonderful session and also giving us the opportunity to share the nuggets of knowledge that we've acquired over the years. But before I begin, I'd like you to clap for yourself for this decision to be here today. I'm here with my colleagues, Derek Latte, Senior Mark, and Kobna from Achieved by Petra. Yeah, I was expecting a shout, that's why I gave some seconds. All right, so this morning we want to touch on retirement. Usually when we talk about retirement, as young as we may be, we said, oh, it's a conversation for the old people, right? But the truth of the matter is that it's rather a conversation for us as young people. And as Na indicated, there's a lot of involvement in the system and in the economy. Taking the decision to plan for your retirement has to start today and not the future. And that's the reason why I'm very excited that Desmond actually called on us to share some nuggets of knowledge to all of us. I would like to begin by I just need 3 people. Envisage, I don't know, don't mention your age, all right? Envisage your retirement. I want to understand what you look forward to when you clock 60. Or if you want to retire early like me at age 45, what do you want to see? Just 3 people.
Okay, I want to clock retirement at 50, and I want to see $1 million in my account. In my account. US dollars.
Liberia dollars.
Yes.
Thank you very much. What's your name? Abraham, the father of faith. All right. Can we take another? He wants to see $1 million. Not the Liberia dollars, the US dollars. Oh, Chief is here.
All right. Hello. So my name is Joshua. I would want to retire much earlier than the statutory age, and I want to travel the world with my wife. So just move from country to country. I would want to, pension years, and then we'll leave the kids with their grandparents, and we'll have fun.
Wow, beautiful. So he wants to travel all over. Please, not with a side chick. Not with a side chick, with the wife. That's a message. That's beautiful. All right, can we take the last one? You're still dreaming. I want you to share the way you're looking at me. Do you want to share? All right, great. So I think it's enough. We can actually begin. When we talk about retirement, I think by the word we all know what retirement is, right? Looking into the future, putting on your tools, and you look forward to spend time with your children and your great-grandchildren and your great-great-grandchildren, all right? So retirement requires careful planning. And today I would like to... Can I get that? So we'll be talking about basically some of the key things that you can look forward to in retirement. What's in the country? So when it comes to retirement in Ghana, there are certain things that have been put in place by the government, which is being backed by law. So we'll look at that into detail. Then we'll look at some available pension benefits. We'll also touch on some retirement planning process. And we'll look at some investment goals you can look at, and we'll just wrap it up with the investment options based on what Nash shared with us. All right, so the big question is the why. When you look at globally, there are a number of things that are happening in the workspace, right? A research that is being done by Schroeder is a very robust pension scheme, and they came up that about 61% of people have plans for retirement. And what that means is 39 people, they eat and sleep for the now, right? They don't plan for the retirement. And less than 25 people have retirement, have confidence that they will retire with or comfortably. When they retire, they can get enough money to take care of their needs. Let me just narrow it down to generation, because today we make a lot of noise about Gen Z, right? Yes, but before Gen Z, there was Generation X and the millennials. So those who are retiring today are the Generation X. Those who were born between 1960 to 1980. They are the ones preparing for retirement, whether retiring early or the statutory retirement age. And there was an interesting study that was done by Gallup, and it also stated that around 63% of Generation X are concerned about running out of money during retirement. And this is telling, 63%. And about 54 of them also are concerned that they will outlive their assets in retirement. And when you compare it to the other two generations that I mentioned, the baby boomers and the millennials is about 40-50. So it looks like, as when you look at the millennials, about 50% of them are also concerned that you're going to outlive their needs. It should tell you where we are getting to. My brother is shared that he wants to tour around. It comes with a lot of costs, and based on the way the economy is going globally. And the last thing is that across board, averagely 45% of workers do not have financial plan. And that is why I'm encouraged by what Desmond has been doing over time through his series. If you do not have a financial plan, please, at the end of this program, make sure that you start planning for that. We'll narrow it down to retirement for this purpose, but there is a bigger scope, and that is financial planning. All right, now let's look at Ghana. when you look at the statistics that were being presented by Ghana Statistics, you realize that the elderly population growth has increased from 1960, when we became republic, right? Has increased from 213,000 to about 1.2 million as at 2023. The elderly population, it means that people are growing, all right? And they are not dying, they are living. And retirement comforts, about 2% of retirees, those who have retired, yeah, you must show 2% of retirees in Ghana retire comfortably. Now, in Petra, we've also done our own analysis since we started this business. And for those who have retired with us, it's way above this, all right? But it's still a concern because there is a target that we want. We realize that about 45% of the people who have retired are comfortable. It means that we have a lot of work to do to increase the knowledge of retirement planning. But at least it's a progress. It's some progress that we've made since we started this business in 2010. Now, 23% of retirees continue to work. In our universities, you realize that there are a lot of professors who are 60 and above, and they are still consulting and working. Master, your system, no. It is about how to take care of yourself, right? So they need to consult so that they can get more income in order to survive. And 75% of retirees rely on only Social Security. That's SNIT. How many of you know SNIT? Oh, that's great. All right. So it means financial dependence is also a problem, right? Because if you fall on just SNIT, SNIT is very good, but if you fall on just SNIT, it means that you are not being prudent with your planning. All right. Now, when you look at the financial cycle, life cycle, this is how it is. And please, everyone in this room falls somewhere in this cycle. Now, when you look at below 20 years, is the formation stage. That is where you depend on your parents. And you'll be calling, oh, mama, they said we should buy books, but you're lying. You just won't need money to sort yourself out. So at that stage, there is no concern for you to plan for the future. Now, when you move to 20 to 40 years, that's the accumulation and the growth stage. And that is where you need to invest, like accumulate funds and grow them. And that is where you work, you get your money. And interestingly, when you look at, I don't want to go into the detail, but when you look at the human capital against the financial capital of every individual, when you are hitting age 40, that is where your salaries are peaking, all right? You are earning the big money. So that's where the big decisions comes in, right? And when you get to from 40 to 60 years, that's the preservation stage. In some of the series that Desmond has run, you realize that we always advise you that when you get to a certain stage, you can only preserve the funds that you have because you are nearing retirement, right? So between 40 to 60, you start looking forward to retirement aggressively, all right? But my advice to you now is that why don't you make it aggressive now? And that's the reason why I just want to share with some of the things with you. And 60 and above is the conservation stage. So now mention fixed income. When you make a decision that you want to invest, the experts will advise you that, look, once you retire, forget about equity and focus on fixed income because you are guaranteed of your return until last 2 years I realized that T-bills and, But again, at least fixed income, you're always sure of your returns, right? Okay, now this is the inevitable retirement clock. How many of you remember when our famous star, Asamajan, missed the penalty? 2010, you remember? Good. Now, this is the good news. It's been 15 years. So if you were 30 years then, how old will you be today? All right. So retirement clock is inevitable. Unless you are immortal. You will definitely grow. All right? And in this inevitable clock, we find ourselves in the green stage is the dependency stage as I indicated. Now the blue stage is where the critical decisions are being made. And the red stage is where you decide whether you will live with your family comfortably or not. Right? Now, when you go on retirement, there are certain things that are available to you. Some statutory benefits that you get. That's the SNIT monthly pension funds. I'll go into the detail of that. And the Tier 2 lumps and the Tier 3 lumps, and we'll talk about that. Now, there are key challenges to retirement planning. And key among them is the rising cost of living. Now, I've spent time to explain how things can get difficult, all right? So I don't want to go into that, but it is one of the reasons why you need to start planning now. And the longer life expectancy, now people are not dying much. When you go on retirement at age 60, people live like 20 years. So it is not even enough for you to plan for 60 years. You need to plan beyond that, beyond the 60 years. Do you understand? Because the data tells that, look, people live, so you need to just be mindful of that as you plan. And the last thing is that financial literacy. Look, it's not all of us, especially for those of us that we did shushu, it's not all of us that we understand the books and the finance and all the terms that now was indicating. But it's important, that's why it's important to involve the experts so that you can be guided accordingly, right? It's one of the key challenges why people find it difficult to do planning. Now, this is what is available. In today's in pension space, there's a 3-tier pension scheme. And before this was the PNDC Law 247 pension scheme, right? But now, for those of us that we are working, but for those who are yet to get formal employment, when you enter into the employment space, your employer will pay 30% of your basic salary, right? And you will contribute 5.5. Together, you have 18.5. Is my math correct? Good. Now, out of this 18.5, 13.5 will be given to SNET as your tier 1. And 5% will be paid into a private pension scheme called Occupational Pension Scheme. And that is what is called what? Tier 2. All right. Put together is the mandatory contributions. Whether you are working with a SME or a multinational, it has to be paid for you by organization. If it's not done, it means you are breaching. Then the company can find themselves in NPRA's difficult books. And there is also a provision for Tier 3, which is a voluntary contribution. For that, you can contribute at least maximum of 16.5 of your gross income as a voluntary contribution. It can be a provident fund or it can be a personal pension scheme. Whichever way, it can be allocated under Tier 3. Now, put together, you realize that's about 35%. This is free money because they are all pre-tax contribution, all right? And pre-tax contribution are basically you get some tax savings on your pay-as-you-earn tax because the deductions are made before tax is remitted to the government or GRA, all right? And it's one of the exciting things that I think the government has put in place for every worker. Now, this is just a FYI. When it comes to the pension space, just for you to understand, there are structures, all right? And each of them are independent of each other. So, for example, Petra Trust is a trustee. There are fund managers. There are custodians. Fund managers are the Stanley, Black Stars. They do the investment decisions. And trustees are the ones who do usually the admin and the reporting. And the custodians are banks who keep the assets. It's basically for our security. It's one of the benefits of this new structure. All right. I'm trying to take you through school so that those of us, you just go and see your HR and accountant and you bluff them small, right? Now, when you go on retirement, per the statutory retirement benefit, you have a pension right of about 37.5 to 60. Per NPRA's regulations, for SNET contributions, they are called defined benefits. Defined benefit means there is a determined calculation that will be used to calculate your pensions. All right. So they'll use your best 3-year average salary and they will strike it against the number of months that you've contributed, and you get a minimum of 37.5 of that on monthly basis. This calculation can be done today if you've started work, so you can get to know how much you're earning. And if you contribute more than 400 months, you are likely to get 60% of that calculation. And there's also Tier 2 and Tier 3, as I indicated earlier, which are lump sums. Now, there's also personal pension, and that is where you need to take charge of your investment. Now, if you look at, assuming you are earning, let's say, 2,000 Ghana cedis, 5% of that is how much? 100 cedis, right? For those of you who are math genius, 100 cedis for 1 month is 1 year is how much? 1,200. Let's multiply to 10 years. 12,000. No, 12,000, right? 10 years, 12,000. 20 years, 24, 40 years, 48,000, all things being equal. Assuming this is growing, let's say 200% every month, how much would it be? Oh, Bana said it can be better. Things can be better. Or how much will it be? Okay, let's do. Okay, 48,000 times 3. How much will it be? 144,000. All right. Let's do a present value of that. 144,000 today. If you get retire today and get 144,000, what will it do for you? Yeah, retire. I want you to retire today so that I will give you 144,000. Or let me be generous. I'll give you 200,000 today. What will it do for you? You can buy a house, right? Yeah, it's true. You can buy a house in the village, right? All right, so assuming, and I'm happy. Josh is saying that you can buy a house, but I can buy a house in the village, right? Based on your preference. But you see, the rough calculation I was just trying to do, peg with the facts that Tina gave us, is that the reality is the tier 2 is not enough for you, right? Even if you are earning 10,000, because your standard of living will definitely go high. But the point is that you definitely get some Senate contributions. It's also not enough. That is why the law was good enough to bring the voluntary contribution. But for that, it is your decision to make. And it's very voluntary. All right? There are a lot of pension schemes. I'll just touch on mine, Savings Booster. But there are a number of personal pension schemes that you can take advantage of. All right? But please, you can pick the number and you can call the person and you talk to them on the Savings Booster. It's one of the well-performing personal pension schemes in Ghana now. So, all right. Now, how? Some people mention, you didn't see the number. Oh, let me mention it to you. 0559 606618. 0559 606618. All right. This is the dream. And I can see Josh's dream here. Vacation with the wife. Right? But dreams do happen. Okay? So for every person seated in this room, when you go and sleep today, envisage your 60 years. When you go on retirement. All right? And dream what you want to see. There are wonderful people here who are going to talk about real estate and other things. That is the reason why you are here today. Right? Envisage what you want to see in the future. Because it is very important to dream. All right? Now I was talking about G-Wagon, right? I've been thinking about V8. I expect that it will be V10 or V12 when I go on retirement, right? But at the end of the day, there has to be something that will make your life comfortable, and that's what retirement is about. So please, dream now, okay? Now, these are some of the steps to retirement planning. Number 1, in building retirement wealth, the first thing you need to do is to assess your current financial situation. Today, look at your source of income. What is your current financial situation? Do you take money from daddy? Do you take money from mommy? Do you take money from your wife for you to be comfortable? Do you take money from your husband before you are comfortable? All right? You need to be sure of your current financial situation. All right? And what do you spend your money on? Is it on the wicks or is it on the bottles? Whichever one, assess them and be very objective in assessing your current financial situation. That's the first thing that you need to do. The second one is you need to define your retirement goals. As I indicated, the things you want to dream about, all right? You need to define them. And you need to calculate your retirement needs. How much will it cost that goal that you set for that future? And you need to evaluate your income sources. So some of you do your personal business and hustle. These are the time you need to look. You need to look at everything that is coming in, your salary and all that. If you don't have a personal business, please try and get one. It's very, very important. And you need to develop a savings and investment plan. All right, we'll get into the details of that. And when you do all these things, you need to monitor the progress and adjust. It is one of the key things that you need to do. So some of the investment goals that you can have is that you need to take advantage of the tax savings pension investment. I've mentioned that. You need to establish an emergency fund. There are a number of us here that when we get our salaries or when we get an income and someone calls us that, oh, Charlie, there's some event be here. Let's go quickly. We'll go there. All right. And sometimes, for those of us that we are married for some time, you get a call from the village that somebody has died. You don't know the person, but you need to go. All right. And transportation you definitely spend money on transportation and you spend money to make donations and all that. So emergency fund is very, very important for any emergency. There can be health emergencies and all that. You need to establish a health care plan. If your organization does not put you on an insurance, make sure you do it yourself, all right? And the last thing is that you need to get insured. Insurance is one of the things that a lot of people are scared to do, all right? You can call Petra, will help you to understand. We don't do insurance, but we help people to understand what insurance means. And we can recommend some products to you, right? And I understand enterprise is here, so you can also talk to them. Now, these are some of the investment behaviors you can take. I have about just 10 minutes. So when you get your income, invest at least 10% of your monthly income into retirement. Minimum 10%, just like the Christians do. When you pay 10% for your tithe, the next thing you should think about is your retirement. All right? Put 10% in there. And plan for capital expenses and projects. Today, there will be real estate conversation. Those are capital expenses. You need to start planning them now, today. All right? And you need to increase your contribution as your income also increases. I won't get the time to show you the financial capital against the human capital curve, but the way it is, when you are earning, as you grow in your job, your income peaks at a certain point. All right? And you realize that your needs also grows when you hit age 60, especially your health needs. All right. So at that point, you need to make a conscious effort to increase whatever savings or investment you are doing as your income also increases. All right. And you need to avoid drawing retirement savings. If you save on Achieve, please don't go and withdraw. Even though that function is available, don't go and withdraw. Okay, because retirement is retirement. And avoid debt. For those of us that our friends are benevolent and, Charlie, I'm 10 cedis, give me 100 cedis, 200 cedis. They are all debt accumulation and it can affect your retirement savings. And plan for liquidity. All right? When we say liquidity, plan for cash in your retirement. Some of you are coming from a very good family, so you can get assets as inheritance. Liquidity is very key. When you go on retirement, you need money. All right? So don't be asset rich and cash broke when you go on retirement. If you don't remember anything in this session, don't be asset rich and cash broke. Make sure that you are liquid. And that's why Achieve is there for you. And the decision is to start investing now. Okay? Quickly just some of the things that can happen as you think about what to do. Now, if you have 50 cedis, you are investing every month. Because of the compounding interest effect, if you save for 2 years, you can accumulate around 1,408. All right? But if you save that 50 cedis for 30 years, and I don't know your age, that's why I indicated that the first thing you need to do is to assess yourself. So how old are you? Then you can map out how many years you have to work. If you save the same 50 cedis for 30 years, you are earning around 358,000, barring all the inflationary indicators. All right. But if you're doing, let's say, even 500 of that, how much you are getting closer to your million cedis in cedis. All right. You are getting closer to your million goal in cedis. All right. The good thing about investment is about what? Consistency and the timing of it. So no matter the amount you want to put down, when you open the Achieve app, you can create a retirement goal and put, let's say, 100 cedis or just the minimum that you can do for your retirement. Start now. Okay? All right. Just to illustrate something for you to appreciate how timing is very key. Now, you may have two people at the age of 25 and one decides to start 5 years earlier. If they are contributing the same amount, let's say 160 cedis, all right, the total contribution that they will accrue 10 years later will be what? 19,200. If the second one who starts at, let's say, 5 years later at 30 years, even is doing double of that, like 320, okay, they will also end up contributing the same 19,200 after 10 years from 25 years. However, when you look at even assume 20% interest rate, which is likely according to now, right? It means that the total accumulation benefit will be what? 40,000 against 13,000. Please, you understand? So it is important that you start now. It's the timing. When it comes to compounding effect on investment, it's all about the timing. So don't procrastinate. Start the investment now. Okay? Now, there are tools that you can use to do your investment. And Achieve is one of the best tools I've actually come across through my small years of investment practicing, right? And not because I work with them. It's because of the way it is. It helps you to be able to plan. You see, we spend a lot of time on our phones. And immediately you wake up, your pastor has been telling you to do your quiet time. You don't do that, and you go on Facebook or Snapchat. Now, there's something called streaking. You want to show how you are yawning, all right, to your friend. The first thing you can do to help yourself is to go on the Achieve app, all right, and check whether you've received some Momo contribution and push that money in the goals that you've set, all right. So that is why the Achieve app actually helps us to be able to accumulate funds on the go. As you walk along, wherever you find yourself, you should be able to set a goal and invest. And this is the goal feature function where you can set all your goals, the goals that are indicated. The emergency fund, you can see somebody has set car maintenance goal, all right, to save towards his car maintenance and all that. You can do all that, but just make sure that you are consistent and disciplined in putting the money in there, and don't be taking the money out, all right. There are other options. I think now went through a number of them, so I don't want to go into that. I'll end with this. In Petra, there's something we call the SGR, and it's basically a behavioral check when you want to invest. The first one is that when a lot of people want to do investment, the first thing they think about is a R. That's the returns. The first question they will ask you, send on Minya also. 23%. If I don't even think about all the things now he's talking about, the inflation, send on Minya also, right? But the experts tells us that, look, the first thing that you need to look at is what? Safety. How safe is your funds? All right? And it's pegged against your risk appetite. I don't want to go into that. All right? But the safety is one of the first things that you need to look at. And to help you to do that, you need to look at the governance structure of whoever that is giving you that investment. All right? All the people that Desmond is dealing with are very reputable institutions. You might know them, you might see their billboards, but when you decide that you want to invest, ask questions. Don't sign. Your friend maybe is doing an agency, he's very hot, so you just sign and say that, investment, okay, Charlie. Then you put your money. Tomorrow, if they liquidate your funds, don't go and blame the government or don't go and do demonstration. Please, you understand? Because it's your personal decision. Some of them, the disclaimers or some of the things on the form suggest that you've actually attested to the fact that you don't care whether you lose your money or not. But I don't know. So please read and engage the experts and try and ask questions. Okay? So follow this simple rule, the safety, governance, and returns before you get to the returns, and your investment should be protected for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kennedy. Okay. So we began with now giving us a picture of the economic environment, the landscape from the local to the global. We had Kennedy also talk about saving or investing towards retirement. But then the question someone asks is, where are we getting the money to be able to build towards that point? So I think it's important that we have someone who also helps us to grow our earnings or whatever it is we are putting together to be able to set some aside for investment and meet some of our retirement goals so that as my brother over here, he and his wife get to see the rest of the world. Beautiful. The beauty you see over here is brought to us by Enterprise Trustees, Access Pension Trust, achieved by Petra, wonderful app, I must say, Career Wheel, and good media support from MX24 TV. Welcome once again to the Starting the Year Right conference brought by our good friend Desmond Bredu. At this juncture, I would want to introduce another friend of mine. So this man is interesting, right? He is a man of many parts. He's a pharmacist, an entrepreneur with a diverse background in pharma sales, recruitment, and software product management. In 2020, he was awarded a prestigious Chevening Scholarship by the UK government to pursue a Master's of Science in Business Analytics and Management Sciences, pharmacist too, at the University of Southampton. Career Wheel, the organization he founded, has directly supported and bridged pay equity gaps for over 400 black professionals across Africa, Europe, and North America to seamlessly navigate their careers. We make that 401 the next time because you are giving me my next job. Through Career Wheel, some of these professionals have achieved greater fulfillment in their careers, while others have increased their incomes by as much as 10 times. Additionally, he serves as a career coach at Correlation One, a facilitation transition of non-tech Amazon employees into tech roles. In order to scale the impact of Career Wheel, he is building Mandy, a professional growth tracker that simplifies self-promotion for ambitious professionals. Packaging, to put it lightly. He helps individuals quantify and recall their achievements at work, making it easier for them to demonstrate their value to employers and advance their careers. He's a lover of wordplay, music, and hiking. I'm sure we'll get some of the wordplay during his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Joel Anaman. A round of applause, please.
Hello. I find it weird when I'm talking in microphone. I love to shout, right? Slides ready. Okay. So forget all that hype. My name is Joel, like you heard. That's what I do in my 5 to 9. That's after work. On a regular basis, I also work as a product manager with a company called Acquah. We are basically bridging the cost of medications for patients. We are making sure that medications are cheap so that people can afford, particularly in low and middle income countries. So today we'll be talking about how to grow your income in the shortest possible time. The shortest possible time does not mean 1 month. Let me give a disclaimer. It can be 10 years, it can be 5 years, it can be 2 years. So I'll be sharing some principles. I split it into 2 fronts. The first one talks about how you can increase your income. And the second one talks about what you need to do to increase that income. I hope you can see the slides, those here. I just don't want to bias to those on the left-hand side. Okay, great. So I think, Prince, we're all mates in Legon, right? We're in the same hall and all of that. So it's really great to connect and then have this program roll out. We've spoken a lot about this. I've had 360 experience. I've been a recruiter, been a career coach. I've also been a job seeker. So I'm going to share those perspectives with you. We've helped people go into companies like Bloomberg, Peloton, Deloitte, Goldman Sachs, Twitter now X, Oyster Wave Mobile Money, and the likes. Probably that should give you the vim to pay attention to what I'm going to say. Okay, great. So what are your options if you want to grow your income? I mean, there's some advice in there. How many employers are here? As in, you have a business and you hire people. Okay. How many hiring managers are here? Or let me say managers. You manage people at work. Okay. So I might step on people's toes, but this is the fact, right? So the first thing is, if you want to grow your income, you should work in a high-paying industry. How many high-paying industries do we know? I mean, any examples? Mining, tech, and then oil and gas, energy. Exactly. That is the thing. I'm not hearing one last industry. I think a lot of people do not mention it. Politics. That's a good one. I should probably start building my career in that line. Non-profit. Interestingly, it's non-profit, right? But yeah, there's a lot of income there. So those are high-paying industries. And of course, if you want to maximize your income, one of the ways you should think about this is building a career within that space. And sometimes when we say maybe oil and gas, you think you only have to be a technician, or like an engineer working in oil and gas to make that money. But it could be that you're working in operations. And I get this a lot from people who want to break into tech. Like, do I need to be a software engineer? No, you don't need to be a software engineer. The industry generally pays well. So even if you work in operations, there's a possibility of you maximizing your income there. Next, this is the part that I was talking about. If you want to maximize your income, you need to job hop. I hope my employers are not watching. But basically, there's this attraction to uncertainty, right? And what I mean by uncertainty is that most employers, I mean it's documented, most employers would pay the angel they don't know rather than the devil they know. The devil they know is you, right? So what that means is that you could probably be doing the work of maybe a level above you, right? You'll be doing it seamlessly, flawlessly. The next moment, you see that the organization has hired someone to come and manage you. And then they ask you on top to train the person. Exactly. So one of the hacks, right, you are more likely to increase your compensation by 20% on every job hop, as against waiting for a yearly increase, adjusted against inflation, 3%, 5%. Sometimes, even in this part of the world, they are fighting against inflation and Forex, right? So your salary is dipping. No matter the increase, it's not rising. So, that does not mean that you should always be hopping, right? You have to do it strategically. If you are job hopping, you should look at maximizing either your job title or maximizing your income, or both. Very, very important. Next thing, working remotely. Now, this is a hack because what you're basically doing is that you're trying to work with an organization that is set up in an economy, a high economy, right? A high-end economy. So probably an organization in the US, in Europe, who's willing to pay you more for most likely the same services that are rendering to the organization that you are, serving locally. So working remotely is one of the hacks. And then finally, relocation. It's connected to like working remotely, but this time around, you are relocating, you are uprooting yourself from one environment to the other so that you can maximize your income. So this is basically your options. And I'm sure, some of us have heard about this over and over again, but it's just to make you super conscious about this. Now, there's like a case study for one software engineer client that we served in 2021. So he was earning $10,000 annually. And that's software engineering, right? You think that they are earning, a bank. But then he was able to increase that to $108,000 annually. And that was like 2021. So by now, probably he's earning the north of 120K and all of that. And he's doing that in Ghana. When Mr. Smith was speaking, he was saying that 20 to 40 years is your accumulation age. Right, this person was around 23 years. So you can imagine how he's traveling financially, right? And sometimes you may not be able to dip it, but think about it. What it basically means is that what he would have done in 10 years with this money, he's able to do it in 1 year with this income. So the best way to sort of like, if you're looking at building wealth and all of that, it's not just about saving, but investing. And if you want to increase how much you save, then of course you have to target the right places. Okay. Now, what are the foundations for income growth? I've summarized it into 3 things: striving for personal excellence, mastering high leverage skills, and then sharpening your self-advocacy and negotiation skills. Of course, we know if you want to make use of all these opportunities, there's going to be some job application somewhere. So you build your resume, you build your cover letter, you work on your LinkedIn. So that's not what I'm going to talk about, right? Those are the obvious. And if you want to do a resume workshop, that's an entire 2-hour deep dive. But I'm going to share with you the principles of being able to command those types of income. What are the things that you need to do? So first thing, striving for personal excellence. Being an attractive professional comes at a cost. So the client who was able to 10 times his salary, although he was earning $10,000, there were some behaviors that he exhibited. And it's not just him. Most of the clients that we've coached, the very successful ones who have been able to move from one industry to the other, those who have been able to stay in the same industry and maximize their income, they exhibit this trait of curiosity, information seeking, and agency. I call it CIA. Now, curiosity is like your willingness to want to learn something, find information about something, right? And I think probably it's our educational structure, the educational system. Mostly, it does not force you to chase information. So what I've seen with most professionals that I've coached is that you sometimes have to hammer it into them that, hey, find this information. And that's what we do at Career Build anyway. We give you the tools. We teach you how to fish. We don't want you to keep coming to us because that's not how to build a sustainable career, right? So we want to arm you with those principles, and curiosity is one of them. Because if you develop that attitude of wanting to find information at every instant, what that leads you to is you being able to build a bank of information. So I think when we mentioned 200,000 Ghana cedis for a house, she mentioned that she can build a house, right? And everybody was like, hey. But for me, I was like, what does she know that I don't know? Exactly. Because it will shock you. You never know. Maybe she knows information about people who auction houses at 200,000 Ghana cedis. You understand? So curiosity is always asking yourself the why. If you hear something that does not align with what you know, just scratch that discomfort and try and find out the why. Because information is everything. If you knew that there's some investment vehicle that was safe today, that will give you 100% returns, and that was factual, you wouldn't go around investing anywhere. You go there straight away, right? So that's the power of information. Now, having curiosity and the information-seeking behavior is not just enough. The next thing is agency. You have to take action. We have moved from the phase where knowledge is power to the use of knowledge is power. So if you have the knowledge and your head is swollen-headed, you're walking around, unfortunately it's useless because you're not bringing it to the benefits of society, right? Or even yourself. So agency is your ability to take action, right? So in the CIA framework, you are not just curious, you are chasing the information, and you are not just, having intellectual orgasm like the people say, but then you are putting it to use, and you are building some form of agency. Now, that is really important because if you are working as a professional, those are the things that help you stand out. Those are the things that help you question your current situation. Those are the things that help you question what is happening in your organization and ask yourself, can I do better? Can I, improve systems? Can I launch some initiatives? And of course, if you're working in an organization that has a culture that does not support that, then probably it's time to move on, right? The next thing is trust. So being an attractive professional means you have the right competence and you have the right character. Nobody wants to work with someone who knows their job but is very rude. Do we have any of such people in our workplaces? Exactly. And also nobody wants to work with Mr. Nice Guy or Mr. Nice Girl who is not competent. I mean, it will start off, you can build up the relationship, but then at the point you go like, this guy or this girl, if you give him the work, he can't do it. You understand? So you want to build it on both sides. You want to build the competence, which is the skills, the knowledge, the experience, but also record performance. You want to go the extra mile. Whenever you think about going the extra mile, don't think that it's for the benefit of your employer. Rather rewire your thoughts. Think of it as, I am moving the extra mile for my own skills benefit. Whatever my employer is getting is the side effect. Because truly speaking, after every 2 years, you should figure out how to move on. Either even in the organization, you're moving on to a higher job title, or you're finding another higher job title somewhere, right? That's like ethical job hopping. So think about the competencies that way, and at the same time too, you're building integrity, you are demonstrating the right values at work, you're being ethical. Now, when you do this, it's not only helping you build yourself, you are also building trust with people. You're building trust within your organization. I mean, one of the ways to get, your promotions and all of that is to build confidence and trust in leadership. People should be able to say, okay, this person is someone that we should promote for this particular role. So before you get to that point, you should be able to demonstrate their competence and character bit. Let me just keep going. The other thing is thinking strategically. So one way to think strategically is to move away from being task-focused to being result-oriented. So instead of thinking of things as, okay, maybe I analyzed this data for the executive team, or I worked on this document for the executive team, start thinking of it as, okay, after working on this document, or after analyzing this data, what does it lead to? What are the possible outcomes of this analysis? And when you start thinking that way, it helps you to self-regulate, because you start thinking about, okay, how do I measure the outcome of this strategic task that I'm taking, right? And we've made this easy. We have a tool called MandiQuant, which uses AI. It's kind of blurry, but basically what I have is I analyze data and created a dashboard to help leadership make commercial decisions. Now, what it basically tells you that it tells you to focus on some things called metrics, right? That you should measure to know the outcome of the work that you did. Now, this MandiQuant is free, so you can log into it. This is the website, and then you can type in anything that you are yet to achieve or you've achieved in the past, and then think how you track the outcome, because the day will come where you have to build your resume. This is what you fall on. A day will come where you have to interview. This is what you fall on. You have to build a portfolio. This is where you fall on. So this is a very critical component of the process, because it shifts you from thinking tactical to thinking strategic. And if you're looking at maximizing your income, you have to have that growth. The next thing is staying self-aware. So staying self-aware is proactively asking for feedback, right? If you want to develop yourself, it's like looking in the mirror. You can't sit down and imagine how your face looks like. I mean, you might get pointers, but when you look into the mirror, you see the true picture. So what that means then is that if you're looking at being self-aware, you have to proactively ask people to give you feedback. And this feedback is like a 360-degree feedback. You're asking people above you, you're asking your colleagues, you're asking people who report to you. Unfortunately, in most organizations, the performance management systems, they run a long cycle, which is 1 year, sometimes 6 months at best. And what happens is that it's mostly riddled with recency bias, right? So if you are going to sit in a performance review, the person will most likely review based on what you did last month, rather than the entire year. Now, if you want to get yourself moving, one of the tools that we've also built is this journal. So what it basically does is that it helps you track the things that you do at work. You just feed it in, whether it's a win, a milestone, it's a setback, a feedback, whatever it is. At the end of the day, like at the end of the week, you get a report based on your own performance. So it's garbage in, garbage out. If you lie to the journal, it's going to lie to you, right? So there's no motivation to do that. And basically, it's something that I put in to that's like almost a year ago. I've probably forgotten about all of this, right? But then these are some of the reports that came up. The 5 skills I've demonstrated, the areas of improvement. And in the future, if I look at building a resume and all of that, this also becomes a foundation for me. Because, I mean, you most likely forget about the things you do in a week or a month. But then if you consistently journal, you don't necessarily have to use Mandi. You can do it in a book if you feel comfortable writing. You can do it in Google Docs. Whatever it is, make sure you are tracking your contributions as well, and you're staying aware of your strength and your strength and then your weaknesses or your areas of improvement. Now, master high leverage skills. I'll bend through this quickly. So for high leverage skills, you first of all have to find a direction. What do you want to go into, right? You don't just get up and say you are building a skill. You need to find a direction. What are the typical job titles that you want to go into? And of course, curiosity will help you in that case. You choose your industry, you try and go into the industry. What are the kind of skills? What are the kind of roles that are available? And then leverage that to find a direction. Again, we have a tool called Mandi Pivot that allows you to do that. Again, it's free. You put in all your information, you do a couple of personality tests and assessments, and then it crunches that using AI in a couple of minutes, able to get recommendations. And then basically it gives you a long, it's not supposed to replace a career coach. But then instead of spending that time, spending money with a career coach, you can go through this exercise. And then by the time you're talking to a career coach, you're making use of the hours that you are paying for. So this is one of the ways you can look at building your skills. You find a direction and then you upskill. So learning the skill, I mean, I've seen a lot of people who are very passionate about getting certificates, right? I've been a recruiter. we don't care about certificates. Of course, in some areas, like I'm a pharmacist, you can't practice pharmacy without having your license, right? But then in general operations and some roles that are not like licensed, you don't need a certificate. You need the knowledge. And most importantly, you need to apply the skill. So first of all, you can go on these free platforms. You can take all the courses mostly for free without getting a certificate. And then you focus on applying the skill. Of course, if you can't apply your skill in your 9 to 5, look for a place to volunteer. Mr. said he volunteers. I also volunteer with the Global Shapers Acquah Hub. You put in your skills there, and then it helps you sharpen it, because all you want to do, the real learning is in the action. It's not in just the learning. Remember, if you have all the information and then you don't have agency, it's practically useless. So you can look at working on projects, volunteering, or even taking internships, right? Especially if you're looking at transitioning. Some people feel like, oh, I'm too big to do an internship, but you have to help yourself, right? At a point in time, I was okay with, when I was transitioning from being a pharmacist to product management, I was okay with interning with an organization, if that will help me build a skill. So that's the principle of upskilling. Then sharpen your self-advocacy skills and negotiation skills. So I'll go through this quickly. I was speaking about experiences at work, so you're not going to spend a lot of time on that. Leveraging your strategic thinking skills. We've spoken about how you can use a tool like Mandy to convert your tasks to outcomes. Nurturing relationships. So when you're building relationships, remember that you're building relationships within your organizations, because there are a lot of times that I've had previous colleagues refer me for a job. And it's because I build that trust, right? I show them that competence, I show them that character. So they are willing to put their head on a plate and say, okay, get guys to the organization. And building a personal brand. So anything that you are conversant in, think about, relaying it on LinkedIn, on Twitter. Don't think about making it a perfect pitch, right? But think about sharing information with someone that probably needed that information years back, right? Your whole goal is to share the information that you're conversant with so that people can adopt that, people can know you for a particular subject. Desmond does that on Twitter. I also do that. I do career coaching stuff. Desmond does things around finance and financial management. These are negotiation hacks. I mean, we'll make the slides available, but I wouldn't run through it because the time is up. Yep, so in summary, you should know your options. You should be able to build the foundations. That's like personal excellence, mastering high leverage skills, and then self-advocacy, as well as negotiation. And that will help you facilitate this entire journey. Of course, if you want access to the tools, you can scan this. It's all free. So there's an entire 4 tools that you can use to go through your career navigation journey. And also, if you want to reach us for any focused career coaching, so you can scan this particular QR code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel. Please put your hands together once again. Awesome. We've had 3 power-packed presentations so far. This is what I'm going to employ you to do. Please put off your questions, because in a few minutes, we're going to have these speakers available to answer your questions. So you have questions from the economic outlook about retirement and from Joel's presentation about how to grow your income as well. These are questions we are willing to take. We'll take in a few minutes. For that, though, we have one of our sponsors available to give us a message. We are privileged to have with us the head of sales from Access Pension Trust. Ladies and gentlemen, join me welcome Kwame Amponsa Baidoo as he comes forward.
Okay, good morning. I work with Access Pension Trust. My name is Kwame. I've just been given a few minutes to share some insights from Access. Our major competitor is here. Okay, so I went through I was seated a bit and I left. So I got a presentation. It basically makes the same industry, but so I found out that do just 2 slides, and within 5-10 minutes, and then I'll gladly eat. So if you are indulgent, just to, but before my slide up, not a pastor, but there are some quotes in the Bible. It talks about the spread of seeds, the listening of the word of God, and then the same, I don't want to say instruction, but if you are a Bible reader, God, Jesus Christ, listen to the word of God. And once you listen, you shall be saved. So and Matthew differently. Listen or hear, you shall be saved. Then with it, you shall be saved. And then Mark says, listen and work with it, you shall be saved. You see, all three, you shall be saved. Realize if you take just one, you're not saved, right? So whatever we are doing here, I just want to beg of you to listen and work with it before you shall be saved. So I just wanted to across. I'm not about it. I try. A friend told me that God called me, but it was a call. I just want to quickly do. I'm sure my friend from Petra did not touch on this. I just want to briefly touch on that. It's very important. We are in the same industry, pensions, but there's another player in the industry that normally we ignore, and that is SNIT. But it's very important that I'm sure majority of us are working, and your SNIT contributions are being paid. Or SNIT contributions are being paid, right? Do you know how SNIT will pay you? So I just want to take 5 minutes to go through this. Then I'll just do the last slide, and then I'll be done. If you're okay with it. Are you okay? I just want to show you. So if you have 20, 30 years to retire, I'm giving you a heads up. I'm just going to show you how. Unless the law changes, this is the law. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. We are for tier 2 and tier 3. It's for tier 1. I'm sure Kenneth spoke about it, right? Yes. Kenneth spoke about it. So I just want to quickly go through it. Now, there are two scenarios. Now, in Ghana, you can, by law, you can retire at 55. And then 60 completely retire. Unless you are given a contract. But 60 retire 55 years. So between 55 and 60 years in between, you can go on for retirement. But there's a catch. So I'm just going to quickly do that. I'm going to look at two scenarios, right? 55 years, you can see, right? So the 55 years and the 60 years, right? Now, by law, under the new Pensions Act 776, you are supposed to do no less than 15 years contribution or 180 months minimum. If you do less, your contribution is different. So the minimum you're supposed to do your entire life. So you just have to be conservative or, work 4 years, 3 years, 2 years. He told us once you could be by the minimum in your entire life. So it's not 15 years of working, 15 years of working and contributing. So you should make sure the employer pays your contribution. It's important. Okay. So looking at the practice, looking at somebody retiring at 5 and somebody retiring at 60. Retirement is 5 and 60 years. So pensionable months, the pension months, the number of months you have contributed. 360 months means 30 years. So you're looking at about 30 years of contributing, working for Mother Ghana, and we're going to see how SNIT will pay you than that. And then salary is 1,500. It's a terminal, meaning the last, the one that you end with. Okay, so let's look at it. You are retiring this month is what? January. January has some days. September, April, June, and November. Okay, so it's, right, 31. It's amazing. If you let it 20 years, you still remember. So if you don't remember, just recite it. So terminal salary. So you're looking at somebody retiring with a terminal salary of 1,500, working for, contributing for 30 years. Let's see how much SNIT will pay the person, assuming the person completes all the documentation, everything. So in January, so we call something income replacement ratio. You are replacing what is headed to would have come to you. So last salary 1,500. How much will come to you in February? If you have not put a lot of financial plans in place, you might struggle. Now, SNIT takes this 3 best years average. Out of the number of years you have contributed, SNIT will calculate all the totals and take the 3 best out of it. Three best years average. So you're looking at 18,000. This is like yearly. So first best year, 18,000. Second best year. But of course, the last year of working is when your salary was a bit higher. So because the age and then they find the average. If your math teacher was very good, you understand this average. So 3, you divide by 3, right? Some of the math just taught us just to go and write exams. They didn't really, So average, you get that. Now, once you get this, don't forget, the average of the 3 is 16,260. You divide that by 12, you get it in monthly terms, right? Now, last salary is 1,005. When they arrive at the average, that's not what they are giving you. They come to what we call their pension right. What is your pension right? What's your right to the average? Okay? And then, so if you did the minimum 15 years, your pension right is 37.5 of the average. If you did additional 1 year plus, so 15 years plus 1, so 16 years, is 37.5 plus 1.125 percentage points. 17 years plus 1.125. 18 years plus 1.125. So I think maximum you can do, you cannot work for 40 years, 50 years. You at some point gaps. So in this scenario, we are looking at somebody working for 30 years. 30 years. Out of the 30 years, we are saying that 15 is 37.5. The rest of the 15 is each is 1.125 percentage points. You get it? So if you multiply 15 by 1.125 and you add the 37.5, you get what? 60%, 54%. For the one who retired at 60. So 54% of the average gives you 736 Ghana. So if you retired in January and your terminal salary was 1,005, in February, Senate gives you 736 Ghana. This is replacing your income by 49%. So the other scenario is, so it's interesting, but I just want to say that it's the way we have perceived and looked at how SNIT exists to be. SNIT is just a social, some insurance, some intervention. You have worked for the country, take something, go and work with it. That's it. So all other financial considerations, you have to do them by yourself. Tier 3 or whatever investments you did. She spoke about a lot of investments and all. So let's look at if you retired at 55. The same thing. But don't forget that the person who retired at 60 worked extra 5 years. All right, so when ordinarily you're supposed to get 54% as your pension right, but because something age reduction factor, it's all it's a calculation they do. It's a table. So wherever you fall, if you retire at 56, 57, 58, and so they apply that, you get 33% of the average. If you're not ready, don't retire voluntarily. Thank you. Now all these so they pay you monthly pensions, right? So this will continue until from 60 to 75 years, they will pay you that monthly. 60 to 75. At 75, it will cease if you are not dead. Then you have to go to the Senate office to be validated that you exist, you are not dead. Then it will continue. But your nominated beneficiaries get your accumulated benefits if you kick the bucket. I always say that in the world, not in Ghana per se, there are 3 things you do. You live long, right? 3 things. Don't think ill of your person, friend, neighbor, or something. If you are not prayerful, you don't wake up to play to what's the name of the 12 o'clock prayer that they do. After you're not the type and all that. Just when you wake up, just don't think of ill of anybody. Just clear mind. Then 2, watch what you eat. Don't eat fufu at 10 o'clock. And then, and when you're crossing the road, make sure you're not knocked down by a car. You'll live long. And so once you cross 60 to 75, Snake pays you that. In between, if God calls you, then your nominated beneficiaries will get what is left, right? If you kick the bucket after 75, nobody gets anything because it was finished at 75. You get it? So this is just, so let me just do my last slide. It was just, by the way, just for us to. So my dear friend Eddy spoke about what they have. I'll just briefly touch on what we have. It's the same tier 3 we have as this pension plan. These are I'm wearing, but I can't even see. So I'll just mention the figures. These are real numbers. So if somebody invested in 2014 into Access pension plan, 10 years, 2024. This is real return. This is how much somebody has on a statement, assuming the person invested 100 cedis consistently from 20, that's 10-year period, right? 2014 to 2024, the person should accumulate 54,000. Your actual contribution, maths, 100 for 10 years. 5 years is what? 6,000. So maths, no, teacher, no, so 100 for a year is what? 1,002 times 5. And then times, so you get what? So actual contribution that you contributed into the pension pot is what? 12,000. You accumulate to 54. I think it's touched on it. So power of compounding, you should grow some money. If the person invested 200, the person is in a region of, I think, 60. Sorry, I can't see properly. I'll check the figure. I think it's 68,000. And then you're in the region of 100,000 if it's 200 cities consistently. Please, all that my Kennedy and I are saying is that set a pension, set money aside. We have more years to go, so we don't have to do much. If the person has 40, if somebody is 40, 50 years, there's no time. That's why the person has to put a lot. We are a bit younger. Every day I wake up, I see 3 gray hair coming. I'm just saying, no, we are getting there. So just 100 cedis, 50 cedis, 200 cedis set aside. Not too much on your disposable income so that you don't feel the heat to go back in there. Let it run for you 10, 15, 20 years. You accumulate money and you enjoy and retire comfortably. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kwame. Okay. So we've heard from Kwame, we've heard from our 3 earlier speakers. It's time to hear from you. It's time to take your questions. So please show by hand. I come over to you. For over the next 10 to 15 minutes, we want to take some questions from you. Mention which of the speaker you want to direct your question to. If it's specific to a speaker, let's take your questions. Who's the first person? Yeah.
Kennedy. Okay, so my question is to Kennedy, but now it's also to the gentleman. Yes, Kwame. Can we contribute to 2 different tier 3s? Then what happened? Then my second question goes to him. Oh, sorry. My second question goes to him, Mr. Kwame. What happens when you have to retire early on medical basis? He said, try not to retire before 60. So, yes, if you're not ready, what happens to me with SNIT when I am sick or something along those lines, or something happens and I can't work again? So it's not like I intentionally want to retire, but something happens to me. And then with the last one, he said we should contribute 50, 10, 100. Does it have an inflation protector, or how is it done? Like, I would like to understand so that if inflation happens, my money will not be the same small. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. So she's asked questions for 3 people. And hello. Hello. Okay. That reduces the number of questions the rest of you can ask. So please, we want to limit our questions to 1 person per. Yes. Thank you very much. Great questions.
All right. Thank you, Prince. So to just answer directly. Multiple investment. It has to do your bandwidth and what you're looking forward to. All right. Even on the employer side, the law allows you to do multiple employer. Tier 3. All right, yes, so it can be done. What if? Okay, so let me use this to explain a few things. All right, so the question is, what if your employer is already contributing into your tier 2, tier 3? I think she needed clarity on what the tier 2 is, whether the tier 2 is the Provident Fund or the Occupational Pension Scheme. All right, so the tier 2 is the Occupational Pension Scheme. That's a mandatory one. All right, for that, immediately you enter Stanbic. Stanbic has already taken, management has sat down to nominate, they'll go through a process to select a trustee, a corporate trustee. and your tier 2 will be paid without your intervention. You can join your union and make noise, but they will select on your behalf. Now, when it comes to the tier 3, they do it in connection, because it's voluntary, in conjunction with the employees through your established union, right? And they can contribute, because usually the law allows them to match up. So the 16.5, they can share that the company will pay an employer side of, let's say, 10%, 6%, and you will take the rest, all right? If that is done, it means that the employer will make all those decisions. But the individual one, if assuming Stanbic is with Access, all right, you can come to Petra to do an individual personal pension scheme for yourself, but that one will not be under the umbrella of your organization. It will be under your name. You understand? And you can still do personal pension with Access if you have the bandwidth to do so. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so the quick one on if you are sick or something. So there would permitted withdrawals or withdrawal conditions to assess your senior benefits or other pension benefits is 60 years compulsory, 55 years voluntary, medical incapacitation. There's no restriction to, or no age limit to medical incapacitation. Somebody could be 20 years, cannot work again. Somebody could be 30 years. It's what you put in, that basis that they calculate and pay you. The fact that you are medically incapacitated doesn't mean that you should pay you somebody who works to 60. So they work with what you have in there. The question about inflation. So for investments in pensions, we try as much as possible to invest and get some value or some premium above inflation most of the time. We don't, pension providers cannot guarantee interest, but then because of the various aspects, we try to do better than inflation, so you preserve some value, and at the time you take it, at least you preserve. But then generally, inflation can go bonkers at some point, and then there's nothing really you can do at it. But basically, most of the time, we try as much as possible based on investment strategy and the guidelines from the regulator. We try to do above inflation most of the time. Thank you.
Okay, so I think your questions are answered. Nanael.
You be like you me. Okay, it's working. All right. Please, my name is Nana Oforiata. I'm a musician and also a brand strategist with Brainstorm. Don't give me pressure, Desmond. Don't do that. Anyways, I believe that there's a group of, or two groups of people that are within the intersect of a Venn diagram. That's business owners and creatives. And usually when you come for events like these, we are not spoken about much. I believe there are some owners of startups here who don't know how the money is going to be saved because you are plowing back almost everything. And the creatives, we don't even talk about us. It's a very interesting sector. So this one goes to Jay. How or what advice would you give to people like us who are literally winging it day in, day out and trying to make things work? For the creative, what advice could you give for the personal finance? For business owners to, aside just investing and reinvesting every single time, what advice can you give for us? All right, thanks.
Hello. Great. That's fantastic. So, creatives, right? I've worked with a couple of creatives, and there's a space for, there's a corporate space for creatives. What I've observed with a lot of creatives is that they don't want to be boxed. But then there's also a price to pay if you want to get consistent income, right? So, yes, if you choose freelancing, then more like you're choosing your poison. You are fully aware about the implications. But then what I want most of them to understand is that there's a space for creatives, even when it comes to remote work. There are like gaming industries that needs illustrators and all of that. There are even creative agencies that are working overseas that employ talent from here. One simple example is Superside. You can check them out. And if you're able to support these guys, then of course you're able to maximize your income. As to the business side of things, there's a session on entrepreneurship. So I would say that we can pause and then hold on to that. But then for the maximizing your income on the creative side, you can definitely try the 9 to 5, and then you can look at those remote agencies as well.
So we'll take 3 more questions. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Hello, my name is Yvonne. My question is to Joel. Please be back. Do we get a discount for consultancy at Career Wheel? Percentage, please.
Thanks for asking my question.
Okay, so my team member is you'll see no discount for Desmond. We've never done this before. We are going to give a 30% discount. Yes.
Oh, and we'll check to be sure you registered for the program before we give you the discount. So please, if you're not registered, make sure you do that. Our next question. How about those watching on TV and online? So they have to send a selfie video of themselves watching this live. So we know, yes, and tag Desmond, Bredu, and Anaman before we give you. If you like, tag me too, then we'll consider, yeah.
Thank you very much. My question is to Na. She gave a very good overview of the global and the local investment markets. I'm a business owner, entrepreneur, and one of our difficulties is that, just like Nanayao indicated, you have to keep growing the business, plow back, and all that. And I remember she mentioning the fact that it's important, especially with how we have seen the financial trends, the inflation and other things, to invest in stocks outside. My question and my challenge personally is how to leverage, between plowing back into your business and then investing in stocks, because it becomes very difficult. Your business is at a point where it's growing. You have to make sure you're liquid. You have to make sure you're making investments. What or how do you center yourself in such a way that you are winning all around? Thank you.
Sure, that's fine. So thank you for your question. I think there's a balance, because if you have to pay your child's school fees versus you investing, of course you pay your child's school fees. So there's always a balance between what you have to do versus what you're investing in. I didn't say start immediately and take your money and invest $20,000. No, but just little by little. As Kennedy and Kwame mentioned, it's consistency. If you can do 200 C's now and invest 400 C's in your business in the next 5 months can generate 20,000 because of that 400 C's you put in there. So when you use that sort of wisdom to grow, then eventually you'll be able to scale your business and then also be investing. And also they are very good. There's a MasterCard Foundation. There are non-profits who also invest in small-scale businesses. So it's also something for you to think about. They give very low loans, about 7%. There are some who do 10%. So it's also something to think about to also use to scale your business so that at least you can grow it. Because when you get a bit big, you have venture capital firms that can also invest in you and eventually you scale. So always find a fine balance between your investing and then your growing of your business. That's what I say. Thank you.
Hello. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks for that, Na. And as was mentioned, we would have another session that's a deeper dive into that. One thing I would want to add, though, is that for business owners, I think it's important that we take good records, because to take advantage of all of these things, you need to show proof of your track record so you benefit from this. MasterCard, especially women-owned businesses, they really look at that. So Grace Love, opportunities over there. Boss, let's hear your question.
My question goes to Na again. She gave us a global outlook of how the currency depreciation and whatever politicians are doing across the world. So I want to ask, with the world's powerful man taking office on Monday, because when he was voted into office, certain things changed, cryptocurrencies, and gold and everything. So can she give us a predictor for the next 4 years? What will happen for investors?
Okay, so before Na takes the mic, please help me with this. Let's get Na's presentation back. You know that slide for the disclaimers. Now we need to zoom it out so we get all the disclaimers before she speaks. Na.
Sure. I'm not sure whether maybe you are calling me into a prophetic or because, yeah, I'm joining. Yes. No. Should I answer the call, Kwame? I can't predict. It's very hard to predict because even if I say the currency is going to depreciate by 15%, it's because it's happened over time. That's why I can, not confidently, but I disclaimed before I started that this is a trend, and usually the trend is your friend for you to predict. If, say, yesterday when I was teaching, it's like, I was using an example that if 60% of a class gets A every year, that means that you expect the next class at least, you should hover around that. So that's the prediction. But Trump, are we on air? Maybe you never know. I have to go to America. Policies on they can waver depending on the person he is and what he thinks about and who his people are. And they have very effective people right now, very business-minded people. So you'd expect that they are really looking towards a strong dollar. And that also affects us because if the dollar is stronger, then we will even depreciate even more. So I didn't want to go there because I didn't want to depress you as much. Joel has come to lift up our spirits. You can get you can go from 10,000 to 100. I can't do that. But yes, I can't have a crystal ball to tell you that, in the next 4 years, this is where we are going to go. That one, I cannot do it. But just make sure that you are well aligned with what you want to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we have... Okay, so 2 more questions, then we'll take a tea break. We'll have another question session after the break. So please, if you didn't get this opportunity, you have another one.
Yeah, I'm Ernestina. So my question, I think, is to Kennedy. So, okay, that's Joel. All right. So one of the ways we've talked about to increase your income is to job hop. And also it comes to tier 2. So if company A was doing the tier 2 with, say, Axis, and company B that I'm going to is doing the tier 2 with Petra, what happens to my tier 2 ads?
All right, thank you. By the way, the job hop is very important. So when you move, the law actually allows you to port. All right. So you have 2 options. Your company will not decide to pay to your previous trustees because you're a special person. They will continue to pay your tier 2 to your current trustee. But you have 2 options. You can decide to move your funds from Petra to Access, all right, because that's your current organization. Or you can choose to keep it under an individual tier 2 pension scheme with Petra because you like Petra, and continue with the new one that you started with Access that you don't have control over. But in Ghana, one of the biggest issues we've realized in the financial space is that people throw money about and they don't even follow. You understand? Yeah, so people usually would like to consolidate, all right? But that 2 options are available depending on where you stand. Say that again. So that you want to move. All right. So you actually have to complete forms with a receiving trustee. And you get back to the trustee through your HR. Then they will take you to, the trustee will take you to the other trustee that needs to transfer the money. Because when they give you the money, one shot, somebody will convince you that Sporty Bets, hit man, you will win then. And that can affect, yeah, so. Thank you, bro.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm James, and my question goes to Joel. So I think I saw something on your slide which caught my attention. I want to ask, what's BATNA? That's the first part. And then the second part, I want to ask the part about being a skilled professional, right? You spoke about being curious, right? And then you spoke about how maybe in a Ghanaian system, like a lot of people are not curious. I want to ask, on the flip side, what if you know that you are like very curious, you have no limit, like very, very curious? I want to ask how you can shape that as a skilled professional. I know we are not in the entrepreneurship section, but just to keep in mind for that.
Hello? Yeah, okay. So I did not go through the negotiation slide, but basically, BATNA is the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. What I've seen a lot of people do is that when they are even going into first stage interview, they don't think about what I'm going to discuss as compensation. Even at the end of the process, when they are going into a negotiation process, they don't think about what deal will I walk away from. So mostly what you do is that you assess yourself. What's the worst case scenario? Maybe I'm in my current job. I'm earning some amount. This opportunity is quite good, but I want to earn some income above what I earn now. So your best alternative to their negotiated agreement is your current job, the salary. So that becomes your floor plan. If the new organization is not giving you as much as that, or maybe 10% more than that, it's not a good deal for you, so you walk away. Most people go into negotiations without thinking about that. So setting the BATNA is really about that. And you can do that even outside salary, like benefits, you want a job title, maybe that's your BATNA. In your organization, you don't want more money because you are playing the long game. You want them to give you the promotion without money because they are saying they don't have money. Okay, give me the higher job title. In 1 year's time, I'll dip and go to another organization and make more money. So, like, you have to see how you can combine all of that. But going into a negotiation, you always have to set that, what is the bad deal for me? You always have to set that. The second one is a curiosity. So, curiosity is a very big term, and too much of everything is bad. If you are too curious, you have to be sneaky about it. If you are too curious, people will feel like you are too sneaky, right? You're always trying to poke your nose into things. You're too nosy. And that might not work well even with your colleagues, right? So curiosity is like, I think you just have to find an optimal way of gauging, right? You just need more information to make informed decision. That does not mean that you also go around poking your noses into someone's personal business, right? The whole idea is get enough information, leverage that information to make a decision, and then reduce the risk. Because if you have a lot of uncertainty in your decisions, you are most likely going to encounter like a larger risk. It's the same thing with financial investments as well. Know more about the governance structure and all of that. You don't just go and invest into men's gold and go like, hey, like I'm getting high returns, right? But if you understand all those things, it gives you a better outlook to success.
All right, wonderful. All right, please put your hand. Let's celebrate our speakers. Super. Okay, so very soon we'll go for a tea break. We'd want to honor our speakers by having them go first, and then the rest of us would also go out. So just outside at the lobby area, we have the tea break. We have 15 minutes for that and want to be snappy. We are working on TV time as well, so we want to make sure that we go out and come back in good time. By way of housekeeping, the gents is on this side. There's a washroom to this side. The ladies is through the boardroom down the hall. So please take note of that. There's some information I also want to share. So there's one of us here. His name is Kwame. He has some questionnaires. He's conducting some research on retirement planning. It will be interesting to see what he gathers. Maybe next year he'll be one of our speakers and he gets to share his findings. So please, let's be kind. He has a QR code out there. Just scan, give him the information. Next year we'll see Kwame here to share his findings. Right, so speakers, yes, let's have you file out while we have the rest of us join you soon. Our sponsors for this program are Enterprise Trustees, Access Pension Trust, achieved by Petra, Career Wheel, and media support from MX24 TV. We are streaming live on MX24 TV's social media channels as well as Desmond's own YouTube channel. Just search Desmond Bredu on YouTube and you find that it's the Starting the Year Right Conference 2025. We'll be back in 15 minutes to continue with the rest of the program. I'm Prince Dagadu, glad to be your MC. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for yourselves.
Visit www.mx24online.com for news, exclusive behind-the-scenes videos, up-to-the-minute sports updates, and the latest broken pen stories now. Experience more of MX24 Online. Visit mx24online.com today. MX24. Fun, fearless, and factual.
Welcome to VIP Access Podcast. The second season is here. Steady. Take a dive into the stars behind Africa's music.
Malians.
Yo, what up? What's up? This be Quasi out there. And keep watching MX24. Keep it locked. D-da-day.
Drink in my hand, I'm vibing. Uber waiting outside. I don't care, I'm still in my towel, dancing in my towel. Hey guys, it's me, your one and only Davi Diva, Black Star Barbie, Feli Nuna, and you're watching MX24. Don't go nowhere, cause Davi Diva Ejeleme says so. Mwah.
Step into the world of fashion, where creativity meets innovation and beauty goes hand in hand with style. On Fashion Wednesday, we delve into the journeys of influential voices in the fashion and beauty industries here in Ghana. From emerging designers to seasoned professionals, we explore their stories, their crafts, and vision for fashion's future. Get the inside scoop on the latest trends, expert styling tips, and beauty hacks to elevate your look. Join me every week as we celebrate the art, the passion, and the people behind the scenes who make fashion more than what we just wear. This is Fashion Wednesday, where fashion comes to life. Catch Fashion Wednesday every Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. on MX24 TV.
It's www.mx24online.com for news, exclusive behind-the-scenes videos, up-to-the-minute sports update, and the latest broken pen stories now. Experience more of MX24 Online. Visit mx24online.com today. MX24. Fun, fearless, and factual. Experience more of MX24 Online. Visit mx24online.com today. MX24. Fun, fearless, and factual.
You're watching MX24 TV, and this your boy Perez Music. Ciao!
Hi guys, how you doing? This your boy SDK, and I'm here on MX24. It's fun. It's fearless. And it's factual.
What's up, everyone? My name is Adina Thembi, and you're watching MX24. We are fun, fearless, and factual. Get it right.
What's up? My name is Acquah, and you guys are watching MX24. Keep watching. I love you.
They say the portion they gave me was unknown. What I will become was never ever told. Now you're watching the beast in me unfold. I'm immortal. Dracula untold. What's up, people? This is your rap goddess, Eno Baroni, and you watching MX24. Keep watching it. One tear say, dead it.
Your songbird Jackie. Keep watching MX24.
Yo, what's up? It's your boy Last Minute. You watching MX24.
You know, we Luisa, boy, now I'm married. Yeah, big shout out to MX24. Keep watching. It's a boy, now Malians.
Yo, what up? What's up? This be Kwesi out there, and keep watching MX24. Keep it locked. Dee-da-dee.
Drinking my hand, I'm vibing. Uber waiting outside. I don't care, I'm still in my towel, dancing in my towel. Hey guys, it's me, your one and only Davi Diva, Black Star Barbie, Feli Nuna, and you're watching MX24. Don't go nowhere, because Davi Diva Ejeleme says so. Mwah.
Step into the world of fashion, where creativity meets innovation and beauty goes hand in hand with style. On Fashion Wednesday, we delve into the journeys of influential voices in the fashion and beauty industries here in Ghana. From emerging designers to seasoned professionals, we explore their stories, their crafts, and vision for fashion's future. Get the inside scoop on the latest trends, expert styling tips, and beauty hacks to elevate your look. Join me every week as we celebrate the art, the passion, and the people behind the scenes who make fashion more than what we just wear. This is Fashion Wednesday, where fashion comes to life. Catch Fashion Wednesday every Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. on MX24 TV.
networking, being credible. Speaking about the two dynamics of character and competence and being able to blend the two. It's not just about being able to do it excellently, but having the kind of character composure that works well with these skill sets. Yeah, that's what will really push you far. And I think altogether, it's been a very comprehensive introduction so far. I'm looking to see what we'll be having next.
Management, Analyst of Pensions, and Head of Client Services for the same organization. He graduated from the University of Ghana Business School and studied Business Administration Accounting option. He's a multiple paper prize award-winning chartered accountant with ACCA UK and a member of the Chartered Institute for Securities and Investment UK. He also holds a certificate from the Ghana Stock Exchange Securities course, and as a financial literacy advocate, he has partnered with international organizations like the UNDP, where he facilitated a financial literacy course, and the African Union, where he developed a women's financial inclusion course. He has facilitated financial literacy sessions across different African countries. He's passionate about spreading financial literacy, especially among the youth, and he engages them through his social media platforms, speaking at conferences on national TV and at conferences like these that we find ourselves at. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the visionary, our host, and speaker on savings, budgeting, and investment, Mr. Desmond Bredu.
Thank you, Prince Dagadu. When you said the chartered accountant, like, wow. Not. Anyways, first of all, guys, again, thank you so much for coming. We don't take this for granted to see all of you guys here on a Saturday. You could have done anything you wanted with your time, but you are here, and so we really, really appreciate it. Just like many of you or the other speakers, you know, when you're about to present something like this, you need to find a nice joke to crack, right? So for the whole week, I've been preparing, looking for jokes to crack, sort of to set the scene. Then I found one joke to crack. Then yesterday evening, someone said, oh, go and look at your YouTube, last year's engagement. Guess what? The same joke. I'm like, I'm not going to say the same joke again. So permit me, if I don't have any joke to crack, to set the scene. But I hope that throughout the conversation, you'll just have an insightful time with us. And today I'll be just speaking to you on savings, investing, and budgeting. And I wanted it to be as practical as possible. And so I designed this worksheet myself through Canva, paid Canva, by the way. Well, do you know free version? Well, anyway, so yes. And the reason why this conference has been free over the past 2 years is that we want people to be financially literate. We want people who, again, I don't know about you, but growing up, my parents never spoke to me about money. The only time I spoke about money is when an uncle gave me money, so I'll keep it for you. That's the only time. And I think that that's one of the things we all face as people. And so I'm really happy that we're here. Okay. Sorry. I do hope you filled your worksheet. Today is an exam class, so. All right, awesome. All right, so I'll be referencing it as we go along. So once you do that, then just take your worksheet and we'll do it together. So today, what I'll be talking about is a few. I'll speak on goal setting, budgeting, savings, investment, and financial health. I think it's really important for us to pay attention to these things. For me, it's about how do I make this as practical as for you. Again, oftentimes we can say things, but I always say that personal finances is personal. And so it may not necessarily be about saving 50% of your income or 30%. It's about the principle. Even if it's 5%, 1%, 2%, put that principle in your own personal finances. Because guess what? If you earn 1,000 cedis, and I tell you that save 200 cedis or 20%, do you think that's practical? I don't think so. Someone says never. That's true. I like that. But if it is, say, you are saving 50 cedis, you probably can do that, right? And so for me, it's really about how you can put that principle in your personal capacity. And that's what I intend to share with you today. So I don't know about you again, but sometimes when I don't have money, I'm stressed. I'm angry. you know, growing up again, I go and ask my mom, Charlie, I want some money. And she'd be like, I don't have money. I'm like, awkward, you from Monday to Friday, you don't have money, how? and it's because, like, again, they didn't speak about money. And it's not because they don't have money, but every money has a plan. If they forget about that plan and give it to buy your sweet, wahala for them. And so for me, it's really important, same principles, we apply it in our daily lives. Have a plan for your money. And that's why it's really important to speak about financial management. Make sure that you have every plan documented. And I'll start with goal setting. Okay. It's something that you guys already know. And so please take your worksheet. Again, very practical session. If you worked on it, it's fine. If you don't work for it, that's also good. Page 1, right? You know, there are goals. You know, New Year, somebody say, oh, I'll go to the gym. Desmond Bredu. No, I think somebody spoke into the mic, not me. Somebody says that, oh, I'll travel. Somebody says, this year I'll take a course. This year somebody says, I'll job hop. Unfortunately, I've not done that. I've been 10 years at Sims. Thankfully, I've grown in I've done about 5 different roles. And so that's internal job hopping. Thank you. 2 years, yes. I changed roles. The last year was 2022, that I changed roles, 2023. And so every year, you need to set goals for yourself. And I made this worksheet for you because I think that oftentimes we just try to build castles in the air, where we just think about our goals in an abstract way. And so it's really important that you have some set of goals you actually write down. Yes. You didn't get, oh, those who didn't register, it's okay. But those who, share the link. Alpha, share the link. I think I have one, but, okay, she'll share you one of the links, right? And so it's really important that you set for yourself smart financial goals. What do we mean? Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So it's the same thing. So I put the goals down into 4 different categories. You know, you can have a goal of saying, going to the gym to lose the 6 packs here. But you need to do it, in bits and pieces. And same with your goals. So assuming you have a big goal, you can break it down into smaller chunks. So for instance, I put here near-term goals. What are the kind of goals you want to achieve in the next 3 months? Or in the next 1 month? In the next 2 weeks? Put it down. What did I write here? I wrote school fees, but I don't pay school fees, But I wrote school fees, for instance. So that's a goal that I have, to pay school fees in the next 3 months, in April. So I write it down. Again, for me, once I have this visualized, I know that I need to plan for it. So if I see what I wrote down, okay, I'll go to the short-term goal, 30 December. Those of you on my Snapchat, I said every month I'll save 1,000 cedis for 30 December. But again, personal finance is personal. Somebody's 10 cedis. I hope you get it. But that was my short-term goal. If you can see, I wrote 30 December. It's really important for me. Because last year I didn't dirty myself. But this year, probably dirty myself. Then I have medium to long-term goals. And that one I wrote hashtag Singapore 2026. Oh yeah, I'm a Gen Z at heart. So again, for you, what is your hashtag? Anybody share with us what they wrote for the medium-term goal? Anybody just share with us? But you don't need to add the hashtag goal.
Starting a project on a land.
Starting a project on a land. So again, the reason I asked you this is because I spoke about the smart financial goal. And so you need to know, okay, which land. So starting my example building project, maybe it's my rental project. You need to be as specific as possible. On which land? My land at Abokobi, Terman, Oyaifa, Kaswa, Weja, not East Legon. Because East Legon, 2026 East Legon, and now they've gone to clear your land away from you. And so it's really important to do that. Long-term goals. Anybody here wrote long-term goals? Anybody here? What did you write?
Fund my education abroad.
Okay. Wonderful. Anybody else? No, which country? You need to add country because specific.
In the USA.
Okay. All right. Yes. One more here. Oh, let me come here, but then I'll go here.
Starting my hydroponics business.
So you see, it was specific. You understand? All right. One more. Last one.
Retiring at $1 million.
Again, personal finance is what? Thank you very much. Okay. Now, so again, I'm done with setting your goals. Again, I don't want it to be like talk shop. Again, that's why you have this worksheet. The whole idea is to make sure that once you go home, you don't have to replicate the same sheet. You can have your own journal, anything that you have. Just write your goals down. Again, helps you visualize where you want to be. And then the steps. So for example, it says that what amount do you need every month? So if it means that every month you decide to put 10 cedis aside for your goals, that's what you put aside. It's really, really important. Okay, let me put him on the spot. Please welcome the birthday boy, Eddy Acquah. All right. So we move to the next part, budgeting. You see, one of the things that I find it's a game changer, but many people don't do, is budgeting your money. I get paid on, I'll mention the day. Before, I get paid on 20-something. But by 20-something plus 1, the money is, and I'm sure many of you are in the same situation. You wonder where your money has gone to. Somebody says 20-something minus 1. Before the money comes, the money is finished. Wow, you're in the spirit. Okay. So it's because we don't plan for our money. We let our money determine where we should go. And for me, that's the essence of budgeting. Telling your money that, okay, when you get X amount, X minus 1 should go here, X minus 10 should go here. Because again, we are humans. Our wants, our needs are unlimited. But our expenses, our income is what? Very limited. Unless you do times 10 like Anaman said. In fact, let me just say something. When it comes to personal finances, there's only 2 things you can do. It's either you're increasing your income or you're reducing your expenses. And for me, the most important bet is increasing your income. And that's why I made Anaman start this presentation. Because there's an extent to which you can save. In fact, if I tell you to do 001, can you do 001 for the next 2 weeks? I hope you guys know 001, right? You people. You're mathematicians here. Good. So it means no breakfast, no lunch, dinner. Some people do 0000001, binary. Yeah. You see, it's not sustainable long term. And so there's a limit to how much you can actually save. Again, let me define savings. I'm jumping the gun here. When you talk about savings, we speak on it in 2 different ways. People think of savings as keeping money in a bank account, wallet, or whatever it is. But savings can also come in when you defer consumption. So, for example, you've drawn your budget, again, and today you can spend 30 cedis, but you choose to spend 20 cedis. You've effectively saved the 10 cedis. So, again, that's what a budget will help you do. Knowing that this month I plan to spend 100 cedis on my food or on transport, but this month I spent 80 cedis because I saved on it, on that. And so think of savings as that way. But when it comes to a budget, I always say that it has to be an evolving spending plan. The kind of budget you draw when you are single can't be the same when you're married. Tell them. It can't be the same when you're doing national service. I remember that national service, I was heavy on Gobe. Serious. See, I always say this thing. I think it was serious. Gobe, 9 to 5. 8 to 5, not 9 to 5. But again, as my income increased over time, my taste bud has also changed. So you see, it's the same thing. It's 30 plus, honeysuckle. So you see, when you get your money, you need to split it in 3 different categories. Again, it's not about the figures here. It's about the principle you apply for yourself. What we usually recommend is 50, 30, 20. So 50% of your money should go into the things you absolutely need. But for somebody, the equation is 60, 30, 10. Because probably taking care of a niece somewhere, or a mother who is sick, or a father who is sick, or something. So again, the ultimate is to find a formula that best works for you. Remember, personal finance is what? It's absolutely personal. But the good thing is that there's also room for enjoyment or wishes or wants. I'm an enjoyment prophet. Last year I spoke about you need to what? Enjoy. And I'm happy. Oh, when I saw a snap, my God, back to back or non-stop. So you see, for me, the whole idea is that if you want to enjoy 30 December, plan for it. If it means 150 cities every single month, 100 cities every single month, just plan for it. Don't wait till December, then you say, hey, Charlie, this guy, I forget it. No. Plan for it. Again, it doesn't have to be the big money. For me, that's the whole point. Even if it's 100 cities, 100 cities times 12 is what? 1,002. You can go to Acquah concert, 500 cities. or Blacko, 500. BIM is free. Then the 200 is your TNT. Having to dirty yourself in December. I mean, you can eat rice at home, then you can go. Eat rice at home and go. But I hope you get the point. It's really about planning. And I'm sure most of you in this room can afford to put 100 cities or 50 cities aside every single month. If you want to desert yourself in December. Me, I'm doing 1,000. Somebody's doing 10,000. When I posted the challenge, one of my friends says, oh, that's why I'm doing 10,000 every month. Hey. I'm like, gym for energy. It's true. Actually, he earns in pounds, so he earns in pounds. And we are classmates. And I was... we are classmates too. And I helped him plan his finances. No, it's fine. That's what we do. But you see, like I spoke about savings earlier, and say that you need to put money aside. But many people like me, when we get our money, the first thing we do is to spend. For me, this is my almighty formula when it comes to personal finances. Do you remember almighty formula? Those of you who were in class. Okay, so I'll mention the formula before someone beats me here. Square it or what? It's okay. So you see, when you get your money, the first thing you should do is to take out the portion you've allocated for your future self. Don't think of savings as pain point. It's really about your future self, a gift to your future self. And so if you earn 1,000 cedis, and you can say that this 10 cedis or this 5 cedis is my future self gift, I'm taking that money aside. Then I'll spend on my 95. Oftentimes, especially for me, if I get my money and I go to expenditure first, nothing. I save nothing. And I'm sure many of you are in the same situation. And so please, if you don't hear anything at all, whatever you choose to save going forward, if you are paid 10 cedis on the 21st, 22nd, please take that 1 cedi out, hide it somewhere, keep it somewhere. Whether investment, whether somewhere. And again, I'll talk about shoebox and everything later on. But you see, I put something here. There are different savings methods. There's envelope systems, piggy bank. I have a friend here who did piggy bank last year, and she got so much money. But I'll put you on the spot again. Piggy bank is for coins, not 200 cedis notes. Yes, it's not for 200 cedis notes, because that money could actually be put in an investment and you make more money on it. But if you have some coins, 1 cedi, 5 cedi, 5 cedis, not coins, so 1.5, 2 cedis, not 100 cedis, 200 cedis, I beg you, but I see people do that. But put that in an actual investment. Guess what? Do you know what somebody wrote to me as savings method they will try? Intermittent fasting. Well, it's just maybe that's somebody's own. Somebody said no spend challenge. Everything they see on Twitter, no spend challenge, they'll join. If this week Desmond says no spend challenge, I'm joining. Next week is Prince, he will join. So for me, again, how do you practicalize this in your life? Find savings methods that are convenient for you. For somebody, the piggy bank works for them. For somebody, they impose a fine on themselves if they spend above that. So okay, if I'm supposed to spend 100 cedis for my budget, but I spend 120 cedis, I'll impose a fine from my own money again, and I put that aside. It's really important to do that. Again, find a formula that best works for you. Okay, so saving strategies. 1, question your intention before spending. Remember your financial goals. Start small. Shop with a plan. Spend less on impulse buying. I got introduced to Shein last year. Hey! Oh, at the power room. At the Fawokrum. Now, the first time, I bought only 4 things. And the things came, wow. Then I just took the app again and say, hey, put the app down. Because I was going to buy different sets again, because I know my size now. And I had not planned for it, you know. So, again, if you have some people, right, the personal finance hack could be that you need to uninstall that app. I'm just saying, you know, Instagram, you have to put it on D&D, do not disturb. Let me give you another hack. So for some of you, when you go out to places and they ask you for your emails, you give your original emails. Create an email for those things so that those 20% promo does not attract you. It's a serious hack. Instead of using your Desmond Bredu, when every day I'll check, hey, Charlie Sheen is doing promo. They come, you see those kind of adverts. Create a separate email and input in those apps. And you can even forget passwords so that you don't get the notifications. It's a crazy hack you can adopt going forward. Don't use the same email you use for your 9 to 5 for those shopping things. Because these things are meant to entice you. It's a really crazy hack you can adopt. Okay, so I've spoken about needs already. So again, if you go to the worksheet, I listed about 20 items there. Groceries, beauty treatment. For me, I didn't check as a need though, but I know some people check as their need. Again, free tip. Up until 2 years ago, I didn't know about spa. Now, when I went to spa one time, every 3 months I want to go again. But again, I plan for it. Again, for me, I'm an enjoyment minister, but at the same time, I enjoy with what? A plan. And so same thing for you. Whatever you want to do, please make sure that it comes with what? A plan. Can anybody tell me what maybe a need on the sheet is there for them? Anybody? Again, yes. Just shout it out. What? Transportation. Wonderful. Investment. Okay. Anybody else? Rent. Okay. Data and airtime. Gym membership. Hey, why say Desmond Bredu? Gadget. Hey. Are you an influencer? Maybe an influencer. Gadgets are what? Needs. Right? Again, I used to send an example. iPad. I bought an iPad. I got an iPad. Child was excited. After 2 weeks, then the utility, marginal utility has gone down. You understand? It's really important. What about designer clothing? If you're an influencer. What about Dirty December? It's a want. Hey, you people, next of kin will enjoy you. It's a need. So again, the whole idea is that, for me, when you go from here, exercise number 1, please take time to just draw your own budget, right? And I'll show you a few apps at the end of the session where you can actually use to do the budgeting. For me, it's really convenient. You can use Excel, these apps, or whatever works for you. The idea is to be able to carefully determine what are your wants and what are your needs. Remember, your income is very limited, but your wants and needs are what? A lot. So please learn how to prioritize them. Now, I call this wishes, again, Dirty December and co, designer clothing and whatever it is. So if you can, up to 30% of your money. But the hack here is that if you're able to limit on the wishes, you can have more time to put in your savings and what? Investment. Okay. Now, the 20%, I call it protection. Pro what? Pro what? Thank you very much. So you see, again, I said it's a gift to your future self. But it's meant to protect you. Because today it's raining. Tomorrow it may rain again. Somebody said I'm saving money for a rainy day, but every day it's raining. So I call that 20% my what? My protection. Don't say it's savings anymore. Just say it's what? My protection. Because if you say savings, maybe some way. So, me buying ball in tree, right? Me want my home buying. I'm strapping. Yeah, I'm strapped. That's what I call it, the 20%. And so when you get that protection, you can split into many things. For example, investment. Out of the protection, investment. Emergency fund, insurance. I know in Ghana, you don't like insurance at all. When I speak of insurance, people say, hey, insurance. I'll pay my money, sir, and nobody will die. You see, it's meant to cover you or protect you should the unfortunate what happen. Again, third-party insurance. If you can avoid third-party insurance, comprehensive. Because what's the use of paying for the other person's car and you can't pay for your own car damage? If you can, please avoid third-party. Minimum comprehensive. Then, comprehensive, most of them, there's also, you can pay for additional 10%. That's what I do. So I don't have to pay anything at all. Guess what? About 6 months ago, March of last year, I got a new car. The second week of driving, in the evening, a motor from nowhere. And the gutter was here. So he hit my car, the tail light, and fell into the gutter. So I was concerned about the guy. But I wasn't worried about fixing the broken light. Even though it was his fault, obviously motor drivers will say that it is your fault. But it was an elderly man. He didn't even complain. He knew it was his fault. But I was concerned about him because I didn't have to resort to my own income to what? The following day, I just took pictures, sent it to insurance. They reimbursed in 5 days. So you see, insurance, please, it's really important. Third party, they'll tell you that to go for the motor driver and let him insure him. It's really important. Okay. I think I'm done with the savings and investment. Savings. Oh, good. There's more worksheets to be done. So if you look at the next page, it says track your weekly savings. Because you want to know which method works best for you. Like somebody said, intermittent fasting. Somebody says, Susu, automated savings. Because for some people, again, like me, when I get my money, the following day, a standing order hits my account. So that money is what? Swept away. The rest is what? Enjoyment. No, I'm not saying enjoyment. I'm just saying that I automate my savings so that I don't have to do what? Manually. Again, you can only do that if you what? Planned or budgeted your money. Because you know how much you can what? Afford to what? Keep aside. Really important. The next bit. So when you go home, please, again, you need to do a commitment to yourself. I commit to saving 2,000 cedis every month, 1,000 cedis every month, 500 cedis every month. Again, personal finance is what? Personal. And she will be as I and Sawasa. I got a notification this week, a message. One person that I know is taking a sabbatical from work. Because now, his or her investment income is more than her salary or his salary. And the person earns in USD. Imagine, the person not old though, early 40s. He's taking a sabbatical. Okay. All right. So we move to savings and investment. So and again, that's what I spoke about, the economy, whatever it is. Again, for me, it's really about how do we make the right choices for ourselves. And so for me, if you want to invest wisely, invest in two things. Invest in something that creates income, like a business, or yourself, or invest in financial instruments. And I'll speak on the financial instrument because Joe has already touched on yourself and other things. Okay. But before you invest in anything, for me, these are the fundamental things. And it almost aligns with what Kennedy shared. Number one, you need to understand your why, your objective. Now, for instance, you heard now speak about how the equity market is doing beautifully, nice. But if you are going to put your money in equity market or stock market or shares to pay school fees in 3 months' time, the short goes with it. Wahala for you. So you need to understand your what? Your why. Why am I investing? If it's a short-term thing, I need to look for short-term what? Investment. If it's long-term investment. You need to what? Align those two. Number two, you need to understand risk. And he was right. Many people, when they come to me, I hear Menya also. Returns. For me, you need to understand what could go wrong. In our country, we've had to redefine risk-free. Again, I think I didn't sit well in business school because it's supposed to be a proxy for risk-free. Because inherently, there is no investment that is risk-free. None. every investment carries some level of what? Risk. And I want you guys to have that perspective going forward. And once you ask the person, what is the risk with this particular investment? Then you can make an informed choice for yourself. Don't focus on returns, don't focus on returns. Again, you can focus on it as a secondary matter. But for me, the principal thing is, what are the risks with a particular investment? Really important. Then the next thing is that I know the risk, but can I take on the risk? You can see somebody, you can see Goliath. Are you David to be the Goliath? Maybe, so for example, let me give you a simple example. Assuming that I say that, okay, if I give you an imaginary coin and you choose to flip the coin and you get a hit, I give you $10 million. But if you don't flip the coin, you're guaranteed $5 million. How many of you will flip the coin? Imaginary coin. If you flip it and you get the heads, you can win $10 million. But if you get the tails, you lose everything. But if you choose not to flip, you're guaranteed $5 million. What are you doing? $5 million. Okay, hold on. Let's see those who will flip the coin. Okay, let's see those who will not flip at all. And let's see those who drag the money from the person's hand. Now, guess what? That's what risk tolerance is about. Because, trust me, there's some people where, if it is $9 million to $10 million, they will still flip the coin. That $1 million is like cocaine for them. They want to, but there's somebody, if you say it's $1, hey, your boy, give me that. Once they hear the word dollar, now I want it. And so for example, if somebody tells you that, okay, this is the risk with this investment, can I take the risk? If you can, then you go for it. It's really important. Again, I could have gone into details how you can measure risk tolerance, but there's so many tools online you can use to measure your risk tolerance. All right. Further investment tips. Please, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't think that equity market is so nice, I want to put all your money in equity market, or T-bills, or CD investment, or dollar investment. You saw 2 years ago when dollar was running, I had a friend, I'll mention him, but Acquah. She went to change her CD into dollar. That time was running. Eddy, remember that time? Oh, every day. Then guess what? They started plummeting the dollar. Brav. 10 CDs, 8 CDs. The way she was running to Forest Bureau to go and change their money. But if you understand that, okay, if you understand the why, it's a long-term thing for you. You take the risk. You understand? So please don't put all your eggs in one basket. CD kakra, dollar kakra, pounds kakra, euro kakra, go back kakra, we move. Time value of money, I think they already spoke about the fact that you need to start early. Now, guess what? If I put my money, let's say both of us, we are investing in January, and I invest my money on 1st January, and you invest on 31st January, we'll never earn the same interest. The earlier, the better. Due diligence, I think if we speak about it, so I want to speak on that. Sustainable returns, professional advice. You don't need to speak on that. So some options to consider. Please, this is not investment advice. I didn't disclaim here, but I'm just telling you. Again, you need to understand the risk tolerance. Somebody will ask me, T-bills. Yes, T-bills are good. Just know that it's elevated risk. That's all. Some people will tell you that, they can never restructure T-bills. The government needs the money. Yes, but understand that risk. If you are willing to take it, then you go and buy it. Fixed deposits, non-bank, bank financial institutions, they are there. Again, please don't go and give money to some bobo somewhere because it's giving you 50%. There's a money market fund across, I think Petra is here, Sims, we are here too, Wabi. So many of them. You can IC securities. Again, I'm saying this because you need to ask questions. So if you go to Sims, if you go to IC, if you go to EDC, Petra, data bank, whatever it is, ask questions, then you can make an informed decision. Shares and stock. Again, I asked my brokers which stocks have potential this year. And they give me this stock, MTN. Again, I own MTN Kakra because I keep buying data, so I want to be partakers of the profit. So think about it in that way. If you use Facebook, partake in Meta. Again, the idea is that, again, I put something here. If you've seen here, you can't oftentimes beat the market. And so what I would recommend is if it's an ETF you want to join, it's a better approach to investing than if you say, let me just go and target this particular stock because it might do well. So for instance, we know that we are in this revolution that we are in. It's being powered by semiconductors and AI, whatever it is. And this AI, they need semiconductors to run or chips to run on. So who produces these chips? For example, you have NVIDIA who designs these chips. Where does NVIDIA get it from? TSMC, that's Taiwan Semiconductor Industry Company. How do they design this? You have Cadence, you have Synopsys. These are all part of the value chain. Technology stocks are doing well, but there are times that they could also what? Dip. And so even if you want to go in technology stocks, a better approach would be to go into like a fund than just target a particular stock and go and buy, because you're more exposed to what? One risk, you understand? All right. So government launched BOG gold coin. If you want to consider that, you can also consider that. A new gold ETF, something that I personally invest in. Because again, like they mentioned, I knew that definitely Donald Trump would win. And when he wins, the uncertainty on market means that people would shift to more safer havens, gold. And what tracks performance of gold? New gold. Again, I'm not saying go and buy new gold, though. I'm saying that if it aligns with what you want to invest in, you cannot choose to do that. People tell me that, Cowbank could do this here because they've done a lot of cleaning up of their house and there's good prospects for the year. But again, understand it. Speak to a broker before you go and buy. Don't say, this one says Cowbank, I'm going to buy Cowbank tomorrow. It can be 10 cedis for the next 55 years and it won't change. Again, foreign currency, like I said, Sims, if you go to Axis, they also have some wealth you can engage in. Petra is here. They also have options. Blackstar, the lady she told you about, ADC, StanChart. The idea about putting all of these names here is that I don't want to promote a particular brand. I want you guys to take the initiative yourself. Ask them questions. Because, for instance, I know that some of the firms here say Blackstar are technology-focused. And so if you go and ask them the question, if it aligns what you want to do, then you invest in it. You understand? So don't just jump on it because this one says Sims or because it says Axis. Please ask questions when you go there. Again, I put this spoken about the fact that consider ETFs as against stock picking. Personally, again, it's not a paid app. I use Bamboo to buy some of the foreign stocks. As aside what I have with Sims, again, if I have because again, I can afford to take some bets. Again, I'm not saying we're going to use Bamboo. I'm just telling you what I use. You understand? Improve your financial knowledge. Improve your financial knowledge. And the last part is where it's really important for me. Because next year, it's going to be a free conference. I'll only do first 50 people who register will be for free. Because it's not easy to organize these things together. You understand? So maybe if you sign up early, you can get it for free. If you sign up late, you have to pay something. My mom called it out. So now it's paid. You didn't tell me that, hey, this one was free. I'm just letting you know in advance. Again, if you want one-on-one coaching sessions, I'm sure we can also arrange that. I'll share a link that you can also use to sign up for one-on-one sessions as well. Again, I spoke about this because, again, growing up, I wasn't speaking to you about money. And I want us to change the narrative. Once you give birth, please teach your kids about savings. If you choose not to even give birth and you have cousins and nieces and whatever it is, also talk to them about money. It's really important. Finally, analyze your financial health. And I'll spend a bit of time here, right? So go to the personal balance sheet. Personal balance sheet. What they can. Good. I want to do one simple exercise here. Just one simple exercise. And only those who probably will benefit. Those who are online may not benefit fully. So you see, there's this book, The Millionaire Next Door. And in there, he had shown a really nice graph. So you see, I made you list what you own, your assets. And I made you list what you owe, your liabilities. So the idea is that, okay, you need to sum up everything. So for example, somebody's net worth is minus what? Minus what? Minus Bebri. Let me write it, minus Bebri. So maybe somebody's positive what? Mention a figure. 100,000. Hey, I'm on for do. Example, 100,000. So you see, the idea is that I'm not saying this because some people are actually negative. The idea is not to. Oh, it's true. No, it's true because this formula doesn't work for if you are under 21 and all those things. So you can have your age, you multiply by your, in the book it is your gross income, annual gross income. But in Ghana, let's just do your net income. So your annual net income, right? Your annual. And you divide it by what? 10. So for example, you are 30 years. And your annual gross pay, say, let's say you are paid 4,000 every month. So it's what? 48,000 every year. Divided by what? 10. You understand? Let's assume, hey, Massinyo, this was 24, 12. So 130 something, 138, I guess, or 130 something. Do the math for me, why? 144. Good, 144K. Don't talk about my handwriting. It is not your handwriting. It's my handwriting. So you've gotten this figure. This is supposed to be your expected net worth at that age that you are. We say, wow. So for example, that's your what? Expected what? Net worth. So by age 30, if your income's around 48,000, you should have saved about what? 144K. But again, let me just say something. Earning more income does not mean you're also wealthy or you accumulated wealth. Because some people, they earn all the income, but they what? Spend everything. It's really important. So assuming that it's 144K, but when you did the exercise, you did what? You got what? 100K. Did you get this distinction? What he did was he drew a triangle. A nice triangle. And he said these people, he called them UAW, under accumulators of wealth. So if, for example, the calculation says you should get what? 144K. But what you have is what? 100K. You fall in this what? Category. We have people they call AAW, average accumulators of wealth. So 144K, let's say you're at 145, 150, that side, that zone. You're an average person when it comes to wealth accumulation. These people, call them PAW. It's a big word, prodigious accumulators of wealth. So they are doing it really well. So for example, your money is what? 2 times. So for example, 144K, your net worth is say 288K. You fall in this category. Most of us, I know, will fall here and here. The idea is not to put you down. The idea is just to guide you that if you fall in this thing, this is where you need to what? Get. So no matter where you find yourself, please try and what? Push up the ladder. There are people, like I said, 40-something years, they are no more working. And for me, it's really important that as you go along, hey, today when you go meet your friend, are you AAW or UAW? Let's get to the poor. If you say they can say poor. I hope you get it. Yeah, it's really important. So just use this, like I said, your age times what? Your gross income divided by 10. It really doesn't work for people under 21. I don't know why, but that's what they said in the book. So just use that. Okay. All right. To conclude, again, my idea is that I'm just trying to make it as practical as for you, and I really hope that you take this quote from me, that personal finance is what? Really personal. And so find ways you can actually practicalize these things I've shown you in your daily lives. It's really important. Again, remember, it's not a destination. It's a journey. Every single day you learn new things. Guess what? Last year I didn't know about this accumulator of wealth thing, but this year I know about it. And so every year try and learn something, or every day try and learn something new. Okay, so I promised you that I was going to share with you some resources that you can use. And so I have this app. It's not my app. Again, it's not a paid app. It's not a paid advert. I use Spendy to track my expenses, and I can show you. Because for me, my phone is with somebody. Every single day, once I get my money, okay, good. I got to show you. If I don't do it, I can't preach it. So I have Spendy. Again, you won't see the figures, but I'm just showing you. So every single day, whatever I spend, I write it down. And for me, it just helps me to track where my money is going to. It's a really great app if you want to budget your money really well. Then the other one is called Buddy. Buddy is good for budgeting. And spending is good for tracking your expenses. So really what you want to use. Again, some people use Excel sheet. Some people use their notepad. Whatever works for you. Again, personal finance is personal. And I really hope that you enjoy the presentation. Thank you very much.
Wow. Super stuff, right? Awesome. We're learning. So this was going to happen. We'll take the next presentation, after which we would have the questions and answers. I know some of you have a lot of questions. Somebody even wanted to see what Desmond has on his expenditure app. Want to know where he's spending his money and all of that. So just give us some time. Very soon you get the opportunity to ask those questions. When we're talking about our goals, I think somebody boldly mentioned that I have a house and I'm looking to do some other stuff, whether rent it out and all of that. We've got people who have $1 million in their goals. They are looking to build a tower or some big apartment complex. A lot of us are looking at opportunities in real estate, and I think we have one amazing person to take us through that. This person is the CEO of Eddy Acquah Properties, so that gives his name away. He's a local consultant in Ghana for Knight Frank and EMC Real Estate UK. He's an ambitious and enthusiastic MSc Real Estate Finance graduate from Henley Business School, University of Reading, with a hunger to constantly upskill, learn, deliver, and impact. Prior to moving to Ghana 8 years ago from the UK, he worked with MS Investment Management with their head office at Liverpool Street in London. He has over 8 years' experience in the prime Accra real estate market, focusing on residential property sales and lettings, commercial leasing and acquisition, property management, market research, and project advisory. He's also a seasoned MC with over 600 events over the last 6 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the birthday boy. Oh no, let's hear it for the birthday boy. One of the most recent husbands in town. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Eddy Acquah.
Wahala for who no marry you. But thank you so much. It's such a joy to be here. Good afternoon to everyone here. I mean, I chose to spend 1 hour of my birthday with you, and on a normal day, I wouldn't do it. It took a lot to be here, but I'm happy to be here. So, before I say anything, big congrats and big applause to Desmond for what he's doing. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, to be able to gather young people to, educate them, inspire them, and impact their lives is something commendable. Because when I was your age, I never had any platform like this. Many of us had to go through life and make all the mistakes so that now we had to walk so that others can run. So I think Prince did a good job to, kind of summarize my journey, which is great. I just want to go straight into the real estate conversation because a lot of young people have dreams and goals of, investing in real estate or buying their first land or their first house. But you and I know the Ghana we live in is very tough. Like, I have to be very honest. And I'm going to do my speech in about 20 to 25 minutes. I'm going to use a case study of myself and show you some of the things I learned on my journey so that you can also adapt. And if you copy and paste, you succeed. If you copy and tweak and you fail, don't call me. All right, so for me, first things first, I want to give you a bit of market knowledge when it comes to our market. And I'm not going to speak too much on prime Accra because prime Accra sounds like USD. And I've been informed of the age range of the people here. And I know what it takes, around the ages that we are, because I know how much. I can guess the average salary in the room by just looking at your smiles. All right, so I want to keep it very, practical, and I want to keep the information, something that when you go out there, you can apply. So a lot of people know an area called East Legon Hills, but there are no hills there. Do you know East Legon Hills? East Legon Hills. Now, East Legon Hills On paper, it's actually not called East Legon Hills. It's a merger of Santo, Nanakrom, Maijon, amongst others. And on paper, it's quite close to, the back of a Shaiman Tema. But I don't know how they packaged and rebranded the area. So much so that, a lot of people in the diaspora would hear East Legon Hills and get excited. Oh, I've got a good deal there. Then I tell them, don't buy something you haven't seen. So that's one of the first lessons. Don't buy something you haven't seen, because property developers or property investors are good at designing brochures, having lovely Instagram pages, websites. You see a lot of nice things online, but when you come to the ground, the reality is almost always not the same. All right, so I always tell people, find a way to come and look at what you are trying to invest in before you buy. And just like a lot of you may know, and I always caution people when I speak about real estate, over 70% of our cases in court are land-related. Please don't add yours. Why do I say that? Because there's no guarantee you win the case. It can take 5, 10, 15 years. And what it takes to go through litigation is too much money. We have some lawyers in the house, and they know it. Like, it can break you. Imagine you've worked, the average age is 22 to 32 years. So you started working maybe 22 years. Desmond has taught you how to save and invest. You do all this. Then you hit my age. Today I'm 33 years old. And you finally get a good deal. You know how Ghanaians are. Charlie, my paddy say, Charlie, some sweet deal, some fast deal. And then you don't do your due diligence. You quickly get the transaction done. Money exchanges hands. And then you realize that the land that you've bought, you are the third owner. Not even the second. The third owner. And now you have to go through litigation. You may have contacted an architect to design a plan for you to start building. And you can't build the house. You go back to square one. You've literally lost all the money. So my job here is to help people not make mistakes from today, so that 2025, we can all smile at the right side of our mouths. So market information. Now, for young people coming up and wanting to invest in real estate, it's important to understand, the areas with potential. Because if I have to be realistic with this conversation, Cantonment, Laboni, Airport Hills, we shouldn't discuss them today. Why? In case you want to know, an acre of land in Cantonment is $3 million. What's the dollar rate today? Good. So if we do the maths, it's more than your calculator. So let's put that down. Now let's speak about areas like, there's an area called Santo. Some of you may know Santo. There's Nanakrom. There's Maijon. Now, because of that road they've done from School Junction, that area called Boteman or Tamakom 26 has opened up. Now, about 4 or 5 years ago, I predicted that area will open up and people thought I was crazy. Why? Because in real estate, those that are able to identify and take the risk are those that win. There's an area called Chado. I went to Chado over 10 years ago. That time, if they say go to Chado, you think they are sending you to some, people never paid attention to it. There was something popular there called Exopa Boutique. Do you remember? Yeah, the 30 plus people. There's something called Exopa, and that was Chado. Look at Chado today. So what I want to do today is to be able to help young people identify hotspots worth investing in. Then I will talk you through the tips you need to, have in mind so that you can not just dream and dare, but you can do by taking action or executing. So there's an area called Pokwa. Let's start from there. Now, you've seen the interchange. It's transformed that area. I don't know why a young person who is not earning so much money is waking up viewing properties in East Legon, which is $500,000. But I always tell people that it's good to start small when it comes to real estate, because your first real estate investment or property is not necessarily your dream house. So you have that at the back of your mind. So this is something you could do. You could invest in maybe an apartment. Keep an eye on State Housing Corporation. They are very good at launching interesting projects where, the pricing makes sense, because you can get a one-bedroom apartment for 80,000 cedis at, The only thing about those deals is that if you don't have inside information, By the time you hear about it, it's sold out. So you have people like me to keep you updated on things like that, amongst other professionals here. So areas like Temakum 26 you can look at. What are land prices there now? Now it's shot up. It's maybe about 50,000 USD. You have to keep doing the math for me today, because some of the prices we know in cities, some are in USD because the dollar changes every 6 hours. So we have to update. Okay, but I want to give you numbers. Desmond, where are we? Yeah, 50. Good. So if you can get a plot of land in that area for 800,000 cedis, this is what a lot of young people forget, that you don't have to do everything yourself when it comes to your first real estate investment. You can collaborate, or you can do what we call crowdfunding. Okay, so Desmond is my friend. Okay, he saved 200,000 cedis. I've also saved 300,000 cedis. We can contact a lawyer, Diane, and then we can draft an agreement to go into this partnership to purchase a property. Now, once you involve a lawyer, please never skip lawyers, okay? Never. I know they can charge, I get it, but deal with lawyers. It's important. This is just me telling you that it's important, because people have tried to cut corners and they've lost a lot of money. So we go into an agreement. The lawyer drafts an agreement. You sign, I sign, and then we go and purchase the property. Now, let me walk you through the process of purchasing, because a lot of people don't also know the steps. After viewing a property, mind you, you have to work with a professional broker or agent, because I'm not very excited when people go online and get excited about properties. I feel like you still have to go and see. So you contact the agent who listed it. You arrange a viewing. Unfortunately, some of them are not as professional. I get it. Some of them will tell you, if you don't send 500 cedis, I'll move. You hear those things. But for me, if you're going to invest in a 300,000 CD land, it's worth going to see it. Okay. So you go and view. Now, at the viewing, there are a few things you need to do. Okay. And I smartly do it. After seeing the property, it's also good to talk to people who live around there, to just give you a bit of information on the land. How long has it been vacant for? Any idea who owns it? Has there been any recent land guard visits, things like that? Those questions will help you satisfy your curiosity. Now, the agent or broker you're working with also has, the onus lies on him to also help you with the next steps, which is documentation. You should be able to request or ask questions like, is the land titled? Sometimes they'll tell you that it's not been registered yet. So there's a way around it. That's where sometimes the red flags are, but that's where the lawyers also come in. So then they step in and help you with the due diligence, which is to go to Lands Commission and a few other things you need to do before the lawyer gives you the green light to purchase. If there's no green light, please don't go ahead, because best believe you might be buying something that that has been sold twice or 3 times or 4 times. But assuming everything goes well and you get the purchase done, now the two of you have gone into an agreement and you finally own something. Together you can put up something. Now, one thing about real estate, especially when you're young, is that when you're young, even though your desires might be very big, it's not also prudent to build very big houses when you're young. Okay, because now life has changed. Back then, everybody wanted a big garden for the kids to play and all that. It's changed because the prices of properties in codes don't make any sense. So you have to start small. So I tell my friends, if you can, get an investment property first. Start earning rental income. Then the rental income, if you do it very well, your rental income from your investment, your first investment property can even pay for the rent you are currently paying with profit. Then you start to plow back the profit, and with time you can build what we call a real estate portfolio. But for the young people seated here, a lot of you may have to go the mortgage route to start your first property. Now, that's where, in as much as it's quite sad, it's a reality. Because Desmond may correct me if I'm wrong, but the CD mortgage today is between 32 to 36%. I'm giving you a range because it varies per bank, right? And those of you who may earn in dollars, dollar is about 12 to 14%. Now in Ghana, the longest mortgage you can get, some banks may give you 15 years, but the longest I've ever heard is 20 years. Am I right? Great. So mortgages may be your hope for your first property. And then if you're able to go through the process, your second one could work. Now, I'm going to talk about the pricing, just to give you a bit of insight. So Santo I made a list. I'm just going to run through very quickly so that those of you who want to make notes can. And in case you want to purchase or you have any questions, we can walk you through. 70 by 100, which is a typical one plot. We have some lands there available today for 300,000 cedis. So once again, like I said, if you don't have all the money, you can collaborate and buy it. Someone said it's not expensive. You see, I like it. Now, another trick. I'm young. I don't need one plot. Have you ever thought about it? I can buy a 30 by 70 and build a nice 3-bedroom and move on in life. Because one thing leads to another. If you can secure the land through your savings or investment, then you can have something on paper to go to the bank for them to finance the construction. But a lot of young people, they like to do step 2 before step 1. That's the problem. But step 1 is very important. How do you secure the investment, after which the bank can then come and help you? Because one thing about banks is that you and I know, no matter how nice your story sounds, they have systems and procedures, and they have their due diligence they have to carry. So if they check your income, and it doesn't meet certain requirements, amongst other documents they may require, in as much as you may need a mortgage, they'll tell you, there's a word they use that I don't like, but it's true. I'm sorry, you don't qualify. It can hurt, but it just goes to say that as time goes on, you may eventually qualify, so keep pushing. And I think Desmond spoke about something that I liked. He said, for me, and I always tell my friends, same thing, the only thing I can change in this country right now is how much more money I can make. Every other thing will not change, because I barely see prices of anything going down in Ghana. It almost always goes up, and it's very sad. I know. Am I lying? So those of you who are on my Snapchat know, my economic indicator in this country is the price of papaya. And I've been tracking papaya prices for the longest time. So every time papaya increases their price, I know that, Charlie, yawadi. You know, I mean, now you're buying papaya for what, 78 cedis? I mean, how? Papaya. Papaya was something that, back then, if I was driving to buy papaya, I don't even think about it. It's like, oh, Charlie, let me just, but now I have to calculate. You know, open calculator. Charlie, do I even need 3 chicken? Or, Charlie, let me do the 1 piece. After all, Charlie, this is lunch or dinner. What I go chop? And that's our reality. You see, I want to come down to everybody's level because I've gone through a journey, and moving back to Ghana when I was almost 25 years, it's not the same Ghana that we're in when I just turned 33. There's so much has changed. So we have to kind of be one step ahead of the curve, or else we get left behind. So property prices, once again, like I said, if you don't need a 1 plot, which I advise, can we start with a half plot or a quarter plot? Or 2 friends buy a half plot and share it and build their first house. It works. I've seen it before. I've been to all kinds of properties. You'll be amazed what people build on quarter plots. And it works. All you need is 2. How many cars do you even have that you want to park 4 cars? How many? Is there anyone here who owns more than a car? Give me a wave. Because it's not even everybody who even owns a car to have 2 and 3 and 4. So for me, I'm very big on starting small. Because life is a journey. And if you want to live fast and live beyond your means, you'll crash. It's tough. Because there's so much more ahead of us. Now, there's an area called Shy Hills. Anyone knows there? Afienya, that road. Yeah. So Shy Hills, we have lands there today. You can get a half plot, 50 to 60,000 cedis. Someone said, wow, good, because we need the information. You can get a full plot in Shy Hills today for 90 to 100,000 cedis. And we'll help you with the documentation. So I don't technically sell a lot of these lands, but I have collaborations with 2 companies who are experts at these things. What they do is that they buy the lands in bulk, so it's registered, the title is in their name, then they are able to sell. So we are on a journey of empowering young people to be able to buy their first land. The reason why I won't talk about, buying a whole house is that sometimes the prices is just above our budget, and we have to be honest with ourselves. But you can start small with land. The only caution is that you have to go through the process, the right process, with the right professionals to secure the land. Because some people also secure lands and they do it the right way, so they never end up in court. Now, who knows Oyibi? There's a popular development there, Apollonia. Yes, so now there's a part of Apollonia we've numbered, they have letters now. We have Apollonia A and Apollonia B. Very soon you'll hear Apollonia Hills, don't be surprised. It's possible, but you can get land there for 120 to 180,000 cedis. Now, somebody may say, oh, but it's far. I know, but your finances are also far. So I meet a lot of young people who tell me things like, oh, Eddy, I want to buy my first home, but I want something close to town. And then I ask them, what is your definition of close to town? And the answer's endless. Everybody wants to live close to town. I understand. But we have to face our realities. Because some of the people who live in Airport Hills and Cantonment and East Legon today did not start from there. That's what we don't know. And so I'm giving you areas to consider so that you can start from there, and eventually when life gets better, finances increase, and you make prudent investment decisions thanks to Desmond's presentation, then you can move closer to town. But if your first house is, you want to be in East Legon and they are telling you it is $450,000, I don't know how you are going to achieve that dream. Right? Unless maybe some national cake, I don't know. Or apeke. Then maybe unless that. So those are some areas to consider. Now, there's also an area called just behind Sakumono. The Lashibi stretch has some interesting lands. Okay. Now, I'm giving you spots where I believe that the road networks have improved and will keep improving. Because if you live in Sakumono, all you have to do is hit the motorway and you find your way to work. Those in the East Legon Hills, Santor, Maijon, coming 26 Botiman area, they have a new road now. And now there's a flyover, thank God. So you can hit that, all the roads, you get into East Legon, you fly over, you are in East Airport, Chado, Cantonment, East, Laboni, and, Ministries area where most people work. So those things help. Now, there's also an area called Oyarifa. Okay, I don't know why you're smiling, but I don't know what people have against Oyarifa. And I know my brother lives in Oyarifa. People say it's far, but to me, it's not that far. It depends on how you look at it. Because have you ever heard Mensa Utabel's biggest regret in life? When he was offered, I think, 10 acres of land in East Legon many years ago, and he said it was far, he didn't buy. Yes, so let's remove the far notion, but look at what the potential of the area is in relation to, are there any roads coming up there? Schools. Now, Oyarifa has a mall. Some of you didn't know. Oyarifa has Oyarifa Mall, true of us. And now there's a mall at the Madina Junction there somewhere. There's a Madina, I've forgotten the name. Good, so they have that. And then at, what do they call this place? Atomic, there's also Center Point. And all that is coming up there. So what I tell people is that don't wait for Palace to move there before you move there, because price will go up. So you must talk to professionals like myself, among others, get these hotspots and start working towards the investment. Okay, because if you miss out on it, very soon then it becomes ×2 or ×3, and then now we can't afford it. Because like Desmond said, the beauty of life is that as your income increases, your taste also increases. Because back then, we concern me in Santoku. But now, I want to go to Santoku every week. Or Kozo. Those of you who know the bougie places in town. Anyone knows Kozo? He's taking you there before. He paid. That bill was 2,000 cedis minimum. You don't know. Yeah, but we want to. So, in as much as we still have the real estate thing in the back of our minds, life is still happening. And for me, one of the cautions is that in as much as we want to invest, we also have to save for a rainy day. Because as young as we are, we can be hit with all kinds of things. They can call you one day and say your mother X, your dad Y, your brother Z, or you and I have friends where they send you things on the group page and all of a sudden there's a tragedy, there's a funeral, there's this. So we need to make the right decisions now. All right. Now, another thing I'm going to speak about is what we call Airbnb. I need to speak about this because a lot of you may be privileged to come from homes where your parents built maybe 3, 4, 5 bedroom houses, and now nobody lives there. And then you're always wondering, God, when? But there's an opportunity in your family home. You've just never thought about it. How about finding a way to collaborate or finding some loan to do up 1 or 2 bedrooms to a certain standard, put it on Airbnb and rent it for anything between 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 100 USD a night based on location. You start to earn from your family home, which you didn't have to pay anything to secure the land for. And I have a lot of friends who do these things because they came to me and I realized that they are sitting on gold, but they have no idea. Airbnb works. We just finished Dirty December. Where did they stay? Airbnbs. So that December period alone, leading into January, you can make so much money. And funny enough, aside all the other things that happened with the previous government, one of the things we need to commend them for is how they've opened up Ghana like the dream tourism destination. So that means that there's potential for real estate because accommodation is everything to the diasporan coming to Ghana. So because trust me, it's not every diasporan who came to Ghana in December that stayed in airports or cantonments or Laboni. People go as far as Oyibi, Oyarifa, Ibri. I've seen a lot of people who wanted properties in Pejuasi. They want the mountain. They want to be close to the mountain. And there are some people, they work with their budget. So if their budget is $50 a night, even if the property takes them to Apollonia, they'll take it. Because you see, they're on holidays. So the traffic and things you complain about, they are coming for nightlife. 10 p.m., there's no traffic. It be you where you get some job, go do. You understand me? So I want you guys to think outside the box today and start asking the right questions. Mom, Dad, my dear sister, Grandma, what are the plans for this house? Personally, I have my because I've entered another family, I realized that there's a potential there. So they invited me to my grandmother's 90th birthday, and then I saw the property. They said the house is in Abelinkpe. First thing in my mind. So when I got to the 90th birthday, I looked at the land. Hey, about 0.7 of an acre. And I stood there. They said, oh, won't you come inside? I said, wait. I'm doing analysis. Because all I saw was an investment opportunity. The old lady is 90. She lives there with her house help. We're not saying she should die. I'm being honest. We're not saying she should die. But should the unforeseen happen in even 20 or 30 years, there's something we can do with that property. Because guess what? As buildings run down, it becomes more expensive to maintain. So it gets to a point we need to do something with the property. Haven't you seen those old houses you enter and, Charlie, there's this smell, the AC was bought in 1995, the fridge is... Haven't you seen those yellow-looking cream-like ACs? Charlie, you don't even know where the remote is. If you want to put it on, you have to. So for me, it's a case of, where am I in life? What does my family have? What do my close friends have? Is there something we could do from our small pot right now before we start looking at what's outside? Because many of you are sitting on gold, but you have no idea. And if you go back to the drawing board, you realize that you can start small from where you are, and then you can build your investment, portfolio up. Because I know we all want to live good and live in the best locations. And the beauty of Accra is that the dynamics of Accra is not changing anytime soon. That's the honest truth. Because the airport won't shift. Will it shift? BOG is about to move to the Bank Square. So if you have dreams of working at BOG, wherever you live, you have to find your way to Ridge every day. True or false? Some of you may dream of working at Ridge Hospital or many of these nice hospitals around. The city center is not moving anywhere. So the closer you can move there, the better. But it might not happen now because it's a journey. All right? One of the things I would also say, if anybody is watching in government, please, can we prioritize railways? Listen to me. The knock-on effect on real estate is ridiculous. The first time I heard of Saglemi Housing Project, I said, okay, I'll drive there myself. Hey, Charlie, the place far. It was almost 2 hours drive. So I wanted to understand the thought process behind putting this project there. Because then how do the people who live in Saglemi get to work? But if there was a railway from Saglemi across certain stops to the city center, if there were railways in Ebri, I would live there. If there were railways in Pokwase, I would live there. So I think that we have to look beyond road, and doing all these amazing roads. It's important. But the medium to long-term solution for Ghana when it comes to real estate, the infrastructure is key. Because it opens up the areas. It allows young people to now afford certain locations, and then they can still commute. So in wrapping up, all I'm going to say is that we have to start small, identify opportunities within your current ecosystem, be aware of property prices along certain hotspots. It's good to dream big, it's good to dream prime Accra, but to get there, you have to start from somewhere, and then you work your way there. Explore mortgages. one thing about mortgages, and I learned it when I was looking for a mortgage one day, that certain banks allow you to take mortgages with like a co-partner, sort of. So maybe my salary is 5,000 cedis, but my mother is a bomber. She earns 40,000. The two of us can take a mortgage and make it happen. In case you didn't know, it's information for you. Desmond, am I right? That's true. So once you have all these things in mind, then you can make sure that you're working with professionals. Please don't skip professionals. Don't cut corners. Real estate is very capital intensive. You can lose a lot of money. People talk about Charlie, my party do this and then we made money. People don't talk about how people lose a lot of money. And there are a lot of scammers in our market. So beware of who you are talking to. If you have any doubts, speak to a professional and let's help you. You can come to me and I may not be the guy who showed you the property. I may not make any money from it, but I'm happy to at least help you make the right decision so that you don't lose any money, because it's hard to make money when you are young. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Eddy. Super stuff. 10 minutes. Within the next 10 minutes, we're going to take questions for Eddy and Desmond. Questions about budgeting, saving, investments, and then about real estate. I think I'll begin. So, Eddy, I'm going to ask the first question to you. So, because of this issue of people buying multiple, selling the same land multiple times, most people advise that you should not buy a land that you are not ready to develop immediately. What do you say about that?
Okay, good question. Now, I agree with that, but there's some things people need to know. Step one, if you're buying land you're not ready to buy, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to leave the land bare, but there are tricks around it. The most important thing, first thing, 4 walls you must build. You build the 4 walls, then you build a gate. Then you have to find what we call caretakers. By giving them some small corner on the land, they move there they always have 1 wife and 5 children. I don't know how they do it. It's people that don't earn so much money that like to have a lot of children. I don't know how they do it, but they seem to have a lot of children. But what they do for you is that they become your security. If anything happens on that land, because they live there, they are quick to inform you. So that's what young people can do. There was land I bought many years ago. In fact, I had the key in my bedroom for 5 years, and I'd never been there. But I made sure that my caretaker was taken care of. So without necessarily going there every week, I was getting any updates that came. And then after 5 years, I started doing something. So you don't have to necessarily build the whole house. Some people may do foundation and leave it, but at least have a caretaker there and secure the 4 walls with a gate you can lock. It helps. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so you introduce yourself, we'll give us a follow-up.
Thank you. My name is Susanna. Eddy, I wanted to ask you regarding people being...
Hello?
Okay. So I know they say that based on maybe the legal people can help. People take over people's property when people are being evicted, and then these people who don't go to school, I presume if you go give them a contract, you are really forcing things that they cannot even read on them. So what's the way to go about it?
The people that don't go to school in relation to who exactly? The 5 children. The caretaker. Oh. Hello? All right, so caretakers, some people may have agreements with their caretakers, but you barely see it. It's just really, I'm putting you on the land for X number of months or years. I may be looking to sell it later, or I have plans to develop it, but in the interim, take care of it for me. Any updates, let me know. But I make sure you're also comfortable on the land, because you give them a 1-bedroom or something small so that they are family and they can move in there. What they do for you is just like an eagle eye. And because they live there, they also have interest in it. But there are certain laws that if you are, the lawyers will come in. If you live a property, without developing it for about 12 years, they have all these things, and then somebody can come and literally, but your goal is not for it to get there. We advise people that within 3 to 5 years, at least start doing something. But in the interim, secure the land with 4 walls, you build it, make sure you have a gate you can lock, and then have somebody there to take care of it. Some people also don't necessarily have caretakers staying there every day, but they have people that come there every day and secure. But for what I've seen with land guards in Accra, it's best when somebody is there. Because when nobody is there, imagine your caretaker travels to the village for 3 weeks. And by the time you come back, somebody has broken all your walls and they've started doing their foundation. I've seen some before. And then it becomes even more complicated because you realize that they have the same title and then it's a whole mess. So my advice is to have somebody there. It helps. And there are so many people in Accra looking for certain opportunities like this. You know, and as an agent, I have properties where I put my signboard there, property to let. I'm looking for a tenant too, but somebody will call me and say, "Muhia caretaker." You understand? So it means that there are people looking for such properties so that they can have a place to live. And believe it or not, I know somebody who has been a caretaker for 10 years. All he does is hops from different properties. So that guy I'm talking about, he started in East Legon, Nanakro. Today he's in Cantonment. So he has also built his investment. You understand? So there are opportunities like that for people. Thank you. Yeah, so that's also a good point. Mind you, most caretakers also don't necessarily live there for free. So what we do typically is to have agreements with them and have them pay a small fee. It's like monthly rent. Because you and I know how Ghanaians can be. There's always some sense of entitlement. Anything free, then they think it's for them. So you can have that sort of agreement with them where even if they may not pay the rent, then they may pay for, maybe electricity, water, little things like that so that they also feel responsible. It helps both parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddy. My name is Julius. So I'm interested in procuring land or getting a land around the Mampom side. And the place is bare. What would you advise that making sure that I'm not buying, I'm not the fourth buyer of land?
Okay, great. Good question. Now, many of you may also want to buy lands in certain locations like that. It's back to the same thing. Now, you have to understand that there are different kinds of ownership when it comes to land. A lot of those lands are owned by chiefs or families. So you must find a way to reach the owner through whoever is connecting you. If an agent cannot lead you to the owner or the supposed owner of the property, that's a first red flag. I'm not proceeding. Because where is my money going? You understand my point? Are you going to pay 300,000 cedis to the agent in hope that he will pay the owner? A red flag. Don't try it. You understand my point? So you must be able to have a meeting with the owner. Now, in that meeting, you then have to also contact a lawyer. Because lawyers are good at receiving whatever documents the owner may give to you. And then we do the due diligence. Trust me, sometimes it comes out and there are complications. And the lawyer will say, this land, avoid. So that's how you save yourself so that money... You see, the point is to do all these things before money exchanges hands. Once money exchanges hands and you have to end up in court, to reverse the transaction becomes... Because you and I know sometimes the first person that receives the money might not necessarily be... So now the money keeps. And then it starts reducing. It'll be our cut. You understand? And we don't want you to get to that point. So go through the steps, involve the lawyer. That's why lawyers are phenomenal. You'll be amazed the kind of work they can do to help you save money. It's immense. And they charge you a small fee that people complain about. But I'd rather pay the lawyer and, have peace of mind than skip the lawyer and now I can't sleep. Thank you.
Hi, Eddy. I'm Lorna. So I have two questions. One to you, one to Desmond. Or maybe both to Desmond. I'm not sure. What is your take on landed properties or land in itself as an asset? So not necessarily that you develop on it, but you buy it as an asset in itself. One question is, Desmond, you mentioned advisors when you talked about the investment options and what to do. And there are so many different types of financial gurus. We have brokers, financial planners, investment advisors. So who exactly do you talk to and what about necessarily? Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'll take the first question. Now I believe that if you can invest in land and you do it the smart way with professional advice, there's something we call capital appreciation. So I'll give you a typical scenario, back to my own story. In 2016, I ended up in East Legon Hills. I stood there. There were not many properties there. I did some research on the area and I saw potential that this area will change. I told 4 friends, let's invest, buy land here. Eddy, you don't get sense. This boy, you do every day. And they didn't. But I did it. So I spoke to my father, who gave me a loan, and I bought 4 plots of land in East Legon Hills. Do you know how much I paid per plot? At the time, I got it for 95,000 cedis per plot. Okay. What did I do? Exactly what I spoke about. So I did what I spoke about. We walled it, fenced it, and then because it was 4 plots, I didn't have to necessarily distinguish that one plot. So I just walled the whole 4, and then we did 2 small cottages for caretakers. And I never visited that land until 2021. I barely went there. Like once in a while you drive by, you go and see the guy. Oh, baby, are you okay? Hey, and they are normally called Baba or Rahman or Abu. They have the same names. Just go and check on it, but not much. But because we did the right thing and we got the right documentation, we bought it from a developer. You understand? So all documents were genuine, all that stuff. We didn't have any, anybody trying to litigate because we really went through the right process. 2021, their road came. You saw the road. The road they've done now from, what did they call this place? School Junction. Then they did the road, then Nana Chrome, then Malcolm came and all these things. And I started doing research on the area. Oh my God. Today, 1 plot in that area, 70,000 USD. So the areas I've spoken to you about today, they all have certain potential because you can't get a lot of capital appreciation on prime Accra lands now because they've peaked. But if you can do the Yarifa, the Dodowa, the Ayimensa, the Oyibis, the Pokwasi, amongst others, and you get it right, then in the next 3 to 5 years, you see the capital appreciation. And that's what land can do for you. So I always tell people, it's back to what Desmond said. If you have the long term in mind, you'll be okay. But don't go and invest in land if you want to use the money in 1 year to do a wedding. It won't work. You have to think long term with real estate. Like it's key. It's not something that I'm doing because I need money in 2 years. I'm doing it because it's a 10-year plan. It's for my kids. It's a retirement plan, things like that. Then along the line, maybe 5 or 7 years, something critical comes. You look at the capital appreciation. You may sell some, leave some, that sort of thing. Or you can enter into something that people do these days. We call it joint venture. So instead of me to use my money to build anything, I find a developer. We have a JV agreement, normally 60-40 or 70-30. They use their own money to build. I get X amount of, the units they build. And then on my own land, I've now gotten 3 or 4 apartments, and they'll do some nice finishing and all that. I can sell or rent and make money. So that's also there. It's very important. Thank you. Desmond, the next question is for you.
All right, thank you very much. I was hoping that you answer all my questions. So when it comes to investment, right, when you go to say you come to Stanbic, when you want to speak on investment, or we have investment advisors, and to ask you questions like, what are you looking for? One of the things we've really realized that we don't product push, and that's why I give you all the options. And so we want to understand what you are looking out for. So for example, if you tell me you want to buy equities, I won't give you the advice on equities. Remember, even when I was presenting, I said I spoke to my brokers. So they are the ones who work or deal with equities on a daily basis. And so they are able to tell you, okay, consider A, consider B, consider C. So depending on what you're looking for, so for example, if it's financial asset, investment professional. For example, stocks in particular, a broker. If you're looking at real estate, Eddy, Acquah, you understand. So all of these are investment, but you need to know who exactly to speak with. So if you are more specific, then you can say, ask me, okay, I want to buy maybe a particular car. Who should I speak with? I want to buy this particular house. Who should I speak with? Then we can then direct you to the best person to speak with. Oftentimes, when people come to me about stocks, I don't give them any advice. I tell them, oh, go to Patrick, go to the, SB or somebody else. And they'll give you the advice you're looking for. Right, you understand?
Okay. I know you have more questions, but we have limited time. So that's what we're going to do. We will have 2 more presentations, after which we'll take more questions. In the meantime, though, if you have questions for Eddy Acquah, at Eddy Acquah on all social media, he's available to answer your questions. I know from experience that he's very responsive to his messages and is happy to take your messages. It's Eddy Acquah Properties. You can find them on Instagram, among other social media as well. Please give him a call, and he's ready to answer your social media needs. Your questions that you might have, not your social media needs. Unless, of course, there's a new line of business. We are talking about multiple streams of income. And if you know him, you know how good he is with social media. So I've taken tips from Eddy, so I wasn't wrong. But thanks. Anyway, so he happens to be the birthday boy, and he's got his very celebratory outfit on, which means that he's got places to be to celebrate this great day. I want to take a quick picture with Eddy and Desmond before we move on to the next couple of... So we'll take... If the photographer is here, yes, we can take a quick one before he moves. As a reminder, our program is sponsored by Enterprise Trustees, Access Pension Trust, achieved by Petra, Career Wheel, and with great media support from MX24 TV. Okay, so there was a question about SMEs, about creatives, and what their place is in all of these, all the talk about financial literacy and what. We have carefully made provision for a speaker who addresses the needs of creatives, SME owners, and the like. We'll pause for this picture break, and then we'll continue with the introduction of the speaker. The photographer. Okay, thank you very much. Please let's hear it for Eddy Acquah and our speakers. Okay, so let's use this opportunity to stretch a bit. Please, you can stand, just move yourself. You've been sitting for a while. So yes, you can rise to your feet. Let's rise, everybody. So if you need to use the washroom, we have the gents on this side. The ladies is the washroom if you go through the boardroom. Okay, thank you. Please resume your seat. Thank you very much for stretching. Okay, so we have two great presentations coming up. We have one speaker speaking on funding opportunities for small and growing businesses. We have someone else who's going to talk about side hustles to consider in 2025. For that particular presentation, I'm recording the full thing, and I'm going to watch it every week in 2025, because that is the economy we eat from, the side hustle economy. That's right. The corporate one is for investments. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So our next speaker is a dynamic finance professional. Hello. Hello. Great. Thank you for attention. Our next speaker is a dynamic finance professional with diverse experience spanning consulting, FMCG, and impact investment. She began her career in consulting and later moved to FMCG, where she led the registration of innovative products that gave her company a competitive advantage in the market. She's currently at Wangar Green Ventures, where she assisted in executing key investment initiatives and led compliance and ESG initiatives for both the fund and its portfolio companies. Transitioning to the deal team as an investment officer, she has since played and continues to play a significant role in several successful investments. This includes originating and closing a game-changing agri-tech deal that is making a major impact on smallholder farmers in the northern regions of Ghana. With a deep passion for the growth of small and growing businesses. She is committed to creating sustainable, community-driven impacts. She believes in the power of doing good to do well, and strives to make a meaningful difference through her work. Speaking on funding opportunities for small and growing businesses, ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Abigail Mateko Matey. Please, let's celebrate her as she comes forward. Hi, Abigail.
Thank you so much, Prince. Hi, everyone. When Eddy started speaking and he said, oh, he'll keep it to away, I was like, oh, this is practical. And then he says, Tema Community 26. I'm like, okay. He says 50. I said, oh, 50,000. Then he says dollars. I'm like, I'm still not the target market, but we'll get there. Amen. Okay, so just speaking very briefly on funding opportunities for small and growing businesses. How many of us here are entrepreneurs? How many of us started and stopped? How many of us want to get into it? Okay, all right. So I'm hoping that at the end of this presentation, we would have a fair idea on how we can get money to grow. Please, let's. Sorry, there's a pointer. Oh. Okay. So I'll be using some buzzwords or keywords. I just want to run through briefly so we don't get lost along the way. Not all will pop up anyway, but just there for information. And then we'll take a brief scope of the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Ghana. We'll see how we can identify funding opportunities and how we can be investment ready as entrepreneurs. I should try. Oh. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so I work in the VCP industry, and these are some of the buzzwords you hear all the time. VC, these are companies that have money. They are willing to take the risk. So you can go to them and tell them, oh, I've developed an app where you don't have to work. You can just levitate. They'll give you money. They are willing to take the risk. They want to hear crazy ideas. They have the money. PE, they have money. They give it to growing businesses. You need the money to grow, or maybe you are doing well for some reason. Ghana economy happened. You want to get back on track. PEs are there to give you money. Convertible loan. It's one of the instruments, okay? So VCPs are not like your traditional banks. They don't just give you a loan. It could be debt, it could be equity, it could be a convertible. This is like a try before you buy deal. So they are giving you the money. They'll see for about 3 years. Should we keep it as a loan, or should we treat it as an equity, or we take our money back? That's what convertible is. Deal flow. As an investor, I have a list of companies that I may be interested in, or a pool of companies that I want to invest from. That is my deal flow. Due diligence is like when you're in the talking stage, right? You're trying to find out. It's not like you're looking for something bad, though, but you are hoping for the good, but maybe you see something bad. That is due diligence. Term sheet is the contract. At the end of everything, we'll sign this. It outlines all the investment terms. Angel investors they are angels. They are rich. They have money. They are your neighbor next door, your family member. They will give you money for your business. They are not companies or businesses. They are just individuals. And NDA is, don't tell anybody. So as an investor, you come to me as a company. I want to see your financials. We sign an NDA. Whatever I see in there is between you and I. It's between the people handling the deal in my company. I don't go and tell your competitor, hey, then Palenzi came and he's making losses, but he's being in the news all the time doing literacy things for people in Onukroniska. No. The NDA keeps me in check. I do not go around saying things to people. We hear about incubators and accelerators a lot. They are different. They are similar, but are different. So incubators is like a nurturing environment. You are now starting. You have an idea. They provide the resources to you. They provide the support for you. Occasionally, you get lunch and coffee from them as well. Accelerators, they'll help you grow. So you get the mentorship, you get the funding, they connect you to funding institutions as well. An elevator pitch, very, very important. In 30 seconds, you should be able to sell your business to me. I should be able to buy into the vision. Most of us as entrepreneurs, we know it, but it will take us 15 minutes to tell me. You meet him somewhere at an event and you need money from him. He's going to sit in his car. What are the key things you can tell him in 30 minutes that will make him stop and say, okay, my ride can keep putting for 5 minutes. Let me hear more. That is your elevator pitch. Now, a Death Valley curve, it's a dip in your cash flow. That is where you are not breaking even. You are barely surviving. Barely surviving. It's where many companies end up dying, but hopefully ours won't. I know some have died already, but we'll come back to life. Amen. Now, the scope of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, everything is inside. It's like a lady's bag. It's like jollof. It's nice. You don't know whether it'll be too spicy, whether there's too much ginger. You're not too sure. There is the hard stuff, economic challenges. And I'm focusing on Ghana here, okay? Our economy is like a teenager's mood swings. Today you wake up, it's good. Tomorrow they are betting tax. Tomorrow they've cancelled tolls, the next day e-levy has come. You never know what's going to happen. You just have to cross your fingers through the ride. You need money, but there's money nowhere. You can't find it in the economy as an entrepreneur. We don't even have the infrastructure. I don't know about you, but I live in Adenta. I can't drive 100 meters without a pothole. There's nothing. We don't have street lights. Thank you. Power is not reliable, and so if you run a juice business, you're not even sure if your products can last a week. Those are the things we face. But there's also the good thing. There's a silver lining. We have innovation hubs. So some of the accelerators and incubators I spoke about, there are, believe it or not, great government initiatives. It's just that most of the time they end up being more theoretical than practical. But we have these things on paper. We have policies backing these things. And the good thing is the private sector is waking up. The PVC space is fairly young in Ghana. Previously, you need money, you have to go to a commercial bank, unless a family member gives you money. But now the private space is growing. People want to invest in other businesses, okay? So that is basically how our ecosystem is. How do you identify funding opportunities? So aside the policies I spoke of, there are great government initiatives. There's money in Ghana. I know I sound like I'm not in Ghana, but there's money in Ghana. It's like, and if you know kind of thing. There's always something in the budget to help small businesses. There's always an institution somewhere. How many of you know you can actually go to your district assembly and you may even end up getting a grant? Because they run programs. Sometimes they are doing trainings for snail farming, tie and dye, this and this. There's always some allocation there some way, somehow. Or they can connect you to other international organizations that can help you. We don't know this. No fault of ours. We have not been told. So if I don't know anyone that has experienced it, I don't even know that they play a role in my journey as an entrepreneur. But they do. Commercial bank savings and loans are there. Private sector, like I mentioned, there's MEST. The angels who will give you the money. There's a network. We have a network in Ghana. Incubators, accelerators, and of course VCs and PEs. And the international organizations, UNAIDS, UNESCO, UNICEF, GIZ, USAID, they are all there. All these people. The good thing is you can just Google. You maybe you share a wall with one of the organizations you don't even know because they won't advertise. But you Google and try to find out where the money is, and you may get it. You just might. Now, investment readiness. So now we've established that there's money in so many places, both government and private. As an entrepreneur, you have to be ready to get the money. If David asks me for money and I know that, or the kotos men of, men farmer, because he's telling me he wants to buy a book, but I know it's not kotos men of. But if maybe he cleans up his act and he comes to me, I know that, okay, this time he's going to buy a book. I will give him the money. Same for entrepreneurs. So investors look out for certain things. And it may vary, but for me or for, my team. These are the three main things we look at. Your team, the viable market opportunity, and impact potential. So you come to me and I want to see your team experience. It's not just about the good things. I manage a company where they're an AgTech. The promoter, okay, I didn't have this in my buzzwords. The promoter is an entrepreneur, okay. He started a business because he ventured into farming and he failed. He lost all his money. It's his experience. It's not a good one. But it led him to discover another thing he could do. Based on that experience, he learned how to manage his team, how to manage his resources, how to do what is important at the right time. We are not always looking out for the good things. The bad things also matter. So you record your journey. How are you learning from your experiences as an entrepreneur? Very, very important. Innovation and differentiation go hand in hand. What is the new thing you're doing? How are you making sure that your product or service stays in the minds of your stakeholders, so your customers, whoever is giving you money, family and friends? Wednesday, I was at Melcom, East Legon, Mensa Wood Road. I wanted honey. I went to the aisle and I saw honey in a bottle. I thought it was Alata Semina. Now, you know, they are both brown. And for the ladies, sometimes we have them in our salons. You know how the shampoo bottles are? This is what the person had put honey in. And of course, next to it was another one in a glass bottle. Which one would you buy? Exactly, because I don't want to serve a Vista food that looks like Alata Semina. You get it? And hers might, or I don't know if it's a he, but that product might even be much more tastier. But you are not differentiating it. It doesn't look nice. There's nothing innovative about it. I'm not saying put it in a pouch or something fancy, but it's always the little things. You are selling something. Is it that when you add a seal to it, it makes it more appealing? It gives the customer an assurance that, okay, this is high quality, hasn't been tampered with. You know, when we hear innovation, you don't have to think too big. What techie thing can I do? I'm doing something wrong, right? Okay, we'll get here, but we are not here yet. Can you please help me? What high-tech thing can I do? It does not have to be so. It's always the little things, okay? Okay, whilst we are waiting for that, viable market opportunity. What are you selling? Do people want to buy what you are selling? Is it something people want? You are doing mashke with, or kenke smoothie, and you've added strawberry to make it pink, and there is like all the nice things, right? But this is not something generally people might buy every day. If I'm hungry and I want mashke, I'll buy mashke 5 cedis than to buy pink mashke for 50 cedis. You get it. It's nice and fast. Maybe one time I'll buy it and take a snap of it, but I may not buy it all the time. The industry you are in, how big is it? Is there opportunity for your growth? Because you may have an idea, but it's not something that has scalability. You'll be stuck where you are. What's the name of this thing? Share Nkuto. Last I checked, the global market it's about $22 billion, and it's projected to double in a few years to come. Nkuto, that is so big. So if you're in that industry, you are thinking, how can I grow my business beyond Adenta, beyond Accra, beyond Ghana? How can I get a share of it? I'm not greedy. I want just 0.0001% of the 2 billion. But how do I get there? Those are things you are looking at. Those are things that will help you think and prepare to be ready for the investment that is coming. Because when I come to talk to you, I want to see where your mind is. I want to know where you have been, where you are, and where you want to get to. You get it? And then the traction. How popular is your product or service offering? How do people know you? Now, one other thing that is so important now, ESG, environment, social governance. Climate change is a thing. It's become serious. And so everybody wants to, in their own small way, tackle it. The environment, what you're doing, is it helping with climate change adaptation or climate change mitigation? Or you're only adding on to the problem? Social, what kind of social interventions will your company help solve? Are you employing more women? Are you providing some form of funding to people? Are you training people in financial literacy? All these things fall under ESG. Governance. investors want to know, they want some form of, shall I say, security. And so most investors would invest in limited liability companies because they have a board. They have somebody checking them. That's not to say there's no funding for sole proprietors. There's funding as well. But most will want something secure. So even as a sole proprietor, you have all these things in check. You are paying your taxes, your statutory and regulatory obligations. You are meeting them all. All those things are considered in investment readiness. Now, DD, due diligence, okay, before any investor will give you money, like I mentioned, the talking stage, you're not looking for anything bad, you're just trying to get to know the person. So when I come to you, you have to sell your business to me. You can only do that if you know your stuff. What are you doing? What are you offering? And so if I start talking to you like, red flag. How do you not know what you're doing? How can you not tell me what you're doing, right? Documentation and data is also very, very, very important. If your business plan, your strategy, financials, I would ask for your past 3 years financials. You don't have it, but you're telling me that you make 1 million. How do I verify? Not to say you are lying, but professional skepticism. I need to see it. I need to be able to analyze and know that, okay, for the past 3 years, you've been making averagely 10,000 cedis. Now you're giving me your budget and you're projecting that in 2026, you make 1 million cedis. Doesn't sound too realistic, right? And so I'll sit with you. Okay, based on what are you doing this? Why do you think this is how much you're going to make? And then we can come to some form of understanding and then review all those things. And so if an investor comes to you and you do not have something as simple as financials, they may just back out. Because what shows you manage the money they are giving you well. You know, honesty and integrity. Maybe I should have put that first. Very, very important. So aside the hard stuff, your business plan and strategy and all those things, investors look out for soft attributes and skills. How is the promoter's body language? How is he treating his staff? How did he talk to this person when we were with them? We had one deal like that. This guy said he was into something, coconut processing, something. So there's oil, there's cereal, there's charcoal. Beautiful story. We moved from here to Cape Coast, went to the factory and dust. Nothing. We asked him, he said, oh, so we are waiting for stock. We haven't processed in a while. Okay, cool story. We're listening and everything. But already, the first, exactly. But you are still trying to find out. Probably the person is not lying. You give everybody the benefit of doubt until you can prove. We go ahead and then have a financial DD team go there. And the financials were cooked. Nothing. He was lying. Now with this, he has, of course, we back out immediately. It's a red flag. I can't give you money if I can't trust you. What he doesn't know is it's a very small space. And so the next time I meet Desmond, oh, do you know ABCD? It comes up, right? It goes. Because one thing we also do is, as we are talking to, we talk to our stakeholders. And so Desmond is probably coming to me and say, oh, this person asked for money. They said they engaged in the past. What is the person's character? I'll say, oh, faction, they say, like, or but you won't get the money. And then it goes on to destroy your reputation over, I don't know, a lot of, or in the whole of the space. Sorry, but in the whole space, right? In the whole ecosystem. So I wanted to make like the red flags really big here. The shady nature of the entrepreneur. Okay. Sometimes, and then unclear business plan as well. Sometimes in your bid to tell investors what you think they want to hear, you come across as shady. Investors don't want to hear you tell them, I made a profit of 10,000. You made a loss. Tell us you made a loss. I made revenue of this. Be honest. Be upfront. It's not about, and again, maybe the bank wants to see profits. I'm in the VCPE space. So it's not really about the profits you're making. You may be making losses and I'll give you money, and another company is making profits and I'll give them. Based on the analysis I may have done, what I've seen in your company, what you're doing, how viable your business is, your team. You understand? So it doesn't matter if you are asked something. Oh, can I see your tax clearance? Oh, yeah, it is there. I'll send it next week. Then 1 month, 2 months. You are lying. It's, again, it signals a red flag in my head. you don't have it, or we don't have it yet, we've applied. It sounds better in my ears. So you do not want to tell investors what you think they want to hear. Tell them the truth. It doesn't matter how bad, how good. They may not be a fit for you. You find your own. It's just like that. It's a simple, I don't know, should I say policy that works in the universe. I may not be the one for you. You find the one for you, okay? And another thing I forgot to put in here, you should know the kind of funding you want. Your business may not be at the point where you have to take in debt or equity. You need grants. You need $10,000, 10,000 CDs. You don't have to come to Wangara and say, because our ticket sizes are from $50,000 to $500,000, and say, oh, I believe I can pay, give me $150,000. Your business is not there yet. So it's one of the things we'll sit down and talk to you about. Where's your business now? Even with the type of instrument, so you don't end up crippling your business. But don't be in a hurry to be able to say, I have this much money, when that is not what you need at this point in time. You may need just something to get a small space or put together a team, and that is enough. So in summary, as entrepreneurs, whether disappointed entrepreneurs, upcoming, or entrepreneurs who are doing very well, as you are going on your journey, remember to build your team. Remember to be innovative, differentiate your product. Remember to keep your products or service offering viable. And always have at the back of your mind ESG as well. Don't forget, honesty and integrity will take you a long way. Thank you.
Lovely one, Abigail. Awesome. I know entrepreneurs, we have questions for her, but I think we, the side hustlers, who also want to have a good share of the pie. Our next speaker is a dynamic professional with BSc in administration from the University of Ghana. He's currently pursuing an MSc in business analytics from the same institution. Known for innovative and disruptive marketing ideas, he brings fresh perspectives and creative solutions that drive impactful results. Passionate about entrepreneurship and side hustles, he has always believed in turning ideas into action. From running a business on campus to creating a platform that supported student entrepreneurs, he's committed to inspiring others to explore, grow, and succeed in their own entrepreneurial ventures. Speaking on side hustles to consider in 2025, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for David Baidoo.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so the website you mentioned, is it Shein or Sheen or what? It's Shein. Okay, so I have a story. So I have this friend. One time she called me and she was like, David, I want a business. I want to start a business. But I'm always spending on buying clothes, doing this, doing that. I go to Shein, I go and buy stuff there. They will bring it, that kind of thing. I was like, okay, sure. I was like, okay, if you're already into this, why don't you just start selling clothes? She was like, oh, no, maybe people won't buy it. I don't want to start and I'll lose my money, that kind of thing. I was like, but you already have the things over there. Do you mean the stuff in your wardrobe, you're always wearing them? She was like, yeah, some of them, like, I've worn them just once or twice and they're still in my wardrobe. I was like, why don't you sell them? She was like, oh, okay, let me try something. So she just opened up an Instagram page and started posting the pictures, and now that is one of her side hustles. So she buys, she wears them, then after 2-3 weeks, she just sells them. That is it. So she's not investing anything. She's still just, yes. Please, is it right? Okay, yeah, can I? Sure. Thank you. All right, so today we are going to discuss some side hustles to consider. So, but first of all, we are going to look at what a side hustle is. So I'm sure some of us are students, some of us have 9-to-5 jobs, but Charlie, right now the salary, you know, they reach anywhere. Let's be real. Yes, you know, they reach anywhere. So we have to start something. We have to do something on the side to be earning something. Okay, so flexible income generating activity you do alongside your studies or work. Yes, so something that will be, you know, we have people who actually have side hustles that is paying more than their 9-to-5. Yes, we have people who are doing that, and it often requires little to no capital. I'm not saying because you want to start a side hustle, when invest 10K into the side hustle. Now, if you know blow, it'll be my fault. But Charlie, just do something small. Like my friend's story, she didn't invest anything, but right now she's earning. Because according to her, she's selling it at the same price that is being sold on Shein, and people are still purchasing. You get it? So you just have to be smart. Yes, because it's thrift. You get it? It's thrift. So you just have to be smart, okay? And it helps you develop your skills, earn money, and gain independence. And I'm also with Enterprise Trustees, by the way. And I must say my current position at Enterprise Trustees, I wouldn't say that is what I learned in school, but it was something that I acquired when I was doing my side hustle. So back then on campus, I used to have this website, okay? So I used to import stuff from China and sell, okay, like double the price, sometimes even triple the price, but people didn't know, okay. Then later on, I realized we had a lot of people buying or selling products on campus. So I was like, why don't I look at it this way? Build a platform where everyone can post their items and students can purchase from there. So I built a website. And even with the website, I was like, okay, let me contact some developers and ask them how much you're going to take. Charlie, the budget they were giving me as a student, I know I don't have that budget. So I just sat down. There was WordPress. So I was like, okay, let me just take like a semester to learn how to use WordPress. So I learned WordPress from scratch, built my own website, started marketing it, doing everything. And we had a whole lot of, I was getting over 1,000 visits daily on the website. But unfortunately, I wasn't getting the money from the website. So yeah, so I was getting over 1,000 visits. People were, that's right. People were advertising your products and they were getting people to purchase the products on the website as well. So, where was I? Yes, I did. Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, so through that, I developed some marketing skills, and later on, I did some certificates. But originally, I was a finance student back on campus. I was a finance student. I developed some marketing skills, and now I'm handling marketing at Enterprise Trustees. So right now, finance, number two, actually, I'm just doing full marketing. Okay, yes. So we have some examples of side hustles to freelancing, e-commerce, content creation. Right now, that's the hype. Everyone is an influencer. If you just eat and post on TikTok, Charlie, you blow. That is it. Then we have event services. I used to run event services too on campus, but don't worry, we'll get there. So why side hustles? Sorry. Okay, yeah. So why? So extra income to support yourself during school or working, yeah. Then we have develop skills that set you apart, because when you start a side hustle, trust me, at least 3 skills. You'll be able to develop at least 3 skills, because it's a whole different world, okay? When you start a side hustle, you are doing the item, you are marketing it, you are doing delivery, like a whole, so you are doing, yes, accounting, everything, 360 of everything, you see. And you build networks for your future career as well, because when you start a business on your own, you meet a lot of people, a lot. And you go places that even your 9 to 5 won't take you. That is it. And you achieve financial independence early. I'll talk about this later. Let's look at some trending side hustles. How many of you have heard about Fiverr? And Flex Work also, yeah, Flex Jobs or Flex Work too. It's also another website. Yes, so you can go to these websites and do some online works over there. All you need to do is just register. Whenever you are free, you just log on. Instead of going through Instagram or going to TikTok to watch videos and the rest, you go to these websites, you start doing something. You are earning already. So during your leisure hours or your leisure time, you just go to these sites to do something. You can learn how to even design. Right now, we have Canva too. Canva makes it very easy for you. You learn how to design, then you just go on Canva. You go on Fiverr, you get a gig on Fiverr, you come to Canva, develop it, send it to them. Then, Charlie, you are making money in dollars, so not in cedis. Okay? And you can now buy the land that you want to buy at East Level. Then you have e-commerce or drop shipping. Do you know, these days, I don't know if you've realized, mostly when you purchase an item online, they say it's pre-order because they don't have the item yet. So after you purchase, then they will now go and get the item for you. So it means they are not really investing in that business. So when you purchase, you pay, they now send it to the supplier, sometimes in China or anywhere. Then they will now produce the item, bring it to you, and they just get their cut. They're not even investing, not even a CD. Okay? But they are making money just because you saw the item on their page and you decide to order it from them. So you can get into business like this because AliExpress, DHgate, Taobao, is it one? 1688. We have a lot of websites where you go, you can get prices at very cheap rates. Okay. Then we have event services, photography, makeup. I know these days we have a whole lot of ladies learning how to do makeup, decor, and photography. And one good thing is right now you can even rent a camera. So you can learn how to use the camera. Then we have some companies that rent out cameras. So whenever you get a gig, you don't need to use 20K to go and buy the camera before you start working. But rather you just rent the camera, go and use it for the gig, and bring it back. You're making your money. That is how it is. So I always say if you want to start something, it's all about information. You search and you get the information. If you are really determined to do it, you get all the knowledge you need to start working on it. Then we have local food and beverage. We have a lot of people producing sobolo, a lot. We have pastries, and it doesn't have to be something big. Even your office, you go there, and I know a lot of us, you don't give us breakfast. You can start a business even in your office where you produce sobolo or something. Then you just sell it. Because in my office, we have someone who sells ice cream over there. So, she'll bring it. Then most of the times, we even order the day before. Then she'll just bring it to all of us. That's how it is. So these businesses, if you identify the need, you would be able to provide a solution to it. That's how it is. And it doesn't have to be something that's very far from you. Just right, because every now and then we are buying. Every day we are buying something. You just have to identify what's the basic need or what someone needs or what everyone needs. Then you just provide a solution to it. You are making money, you see. Then, okay, this one is for the students, academic assistants. And then we have the content creation. TikTok is the hype now. That's the thing. TikTok. We have Instagram too as well. Is the hype now. Just create something. It can be something funny, like anything. Then now you become an influencer. Big companies are now coming to you for you to promote their products every now and then. You get it. Then, so how to start small? Identify your skills and interests. Like I said, it's not all about the money, but if you're not passionate about what you're doing, I'm not sure you'd want to proceed. Okay? Yes, because you can start something now, tomorrow you stop because you just saw that, oh, okay, there was money. And sometimes when there's money there too, it can turn into passion. Yes, that's how it is. Because if you start and you're making the money, then right now it becomes something you want to do on the regular. That's the whole point. But you have to, there should be the interest. The interest has to be there. Yes. Then research demand online. Yes, on campus or online. Or it can even be your office, like I mentioned earlier, anywhere that you find yourself in. If there is a need and you know you have a solution, just start with it. Okay, just start. You don't need a lot of money to start. When you start and it's going well, then you just start scaling. That's how it works. Okay. So you test your idea on a small scale, use social media. Social media is free. Gone are the days where you have to go for billboards and the rest. These days, how many of us read billboards? How many of us watch TV? Right now, it's just our phone on Instagram, on TikTok. So right now, it's free for all. You get it? It's free for all. So when it comes to marketing, you are good to go, and you learn and improve as you go. So these are some of the challenges. Time management. when it comes to this, when you're a student or you are working, mostly when you start a side hustle, time management is a very big issue. I will take myself for instance because I do designs, I do videography and the rest. But sometimes, even on a Saturday, I have some work to do for my company and I have to balance it. Do you get it? So time management becomes a very big problem too. So most of the times, if the gig doesn't come early, I won't do. That is it. So I just tell my people, okay, if you want me to do something for you, maybe when we get to the first of the month, you just alert me ahead of time. Because if you don't, and sometimes I have to do something for my company too. If I schedule it on that Saturday, I'm not sure I'll be able to now go back and say I won't do it again because by then I would have already put out a flyer already and I won't cancel it. That is it. So time management, you have to find a way to manage your time. Because if you're able to do that, trust me, you love what you are doing. That is it. Then, capital, let's start small. You don't need a big account. It's when you decide to scale up, then you go to Abigail's company for them to dash you some money. That is it. But you just have to start small. And competition, offer something unique or better quality. Every now and then, as a marketing professional, we are always analyzing our competition. Petra and others, we are always on them, looking at what they are doing to be different. Okay, so what you don't need something big. Just any small thing you will add to yours to make it look better and presentable. That is all. You are good to go. I think I'm done. Yes. So start with what you have: skills, ideas, or passion. Anything. If you have any idea, just start with it. Just start. Okay. If it goes well, fine. If it doesn't, you've learned your lesson. You come back again. Because when I remember when I did start my website, and I was doing other things like importing and selling and the rest. So when I started it, and I realized my website wasn't making money because it was a free site. So when you come and you post, then people see and they'll purchase. So it got to a point I was trying to push the premium agenda. But no one wanted premium because they are posting and people are already buying. Why do I need premium again? So I'm not going to pay if I'm getting the free service and the free service is working for me. So after a year or two, I decided to just take it down because I can't keep paying the hosting services and the domain and I'm not earning anything from the website. So I decided to just take it down and just stick to my importation business. So I just import, sell, I design for people, then I do these Val's Day gifts and the rest. So I decided to stick to that and just put the website aside. But at least I did learn my lesson, and if I decide to go back, I know how I'm going to start. Okay. Then be consistent and patient. Then remember, your side hustle today can fund your dreams tomorrow. That is it. Because I'm very certain whatever your side hustle will give you would be more, as time goes on, it will grow and it will be more than what you are earning currently. Trust me. But I'm not saying go and stop your work, but I'm just saying you just have to start right. Okay.
Thank you very much. Awesome. So we'll take questions. Questions for the side hustlers and then questions for small and medium scale business owners, people who are looking to get some funding for their businesses, looking to expand. Anybody? Any business owners? All right, sure.
Thank you. Abigail, this goes to you. There's popular balance, or let's say a saying that for most startups and for most small scale businesses, they have to fake it till they make it. There's this whole settings that they put up. So I work in the entrepreneurial space. I actually work with young people building the next crop of entrepreneurial leaders across secondary schools in Ghana. And I've also come to understand that most entrepreneurs or startups, they actually, they are not going deeper in terms of knowledge, in terms of competence, in terms of capacity. we are just doing it laterally. So it's more like, a cosmetic solutions to whatever problems that they are finding. So how do you, based on where you sit, what do you think should be the approach to it? Because you also need to tell a very good story, but you also don't have to look too good. But also it's like a balance. So what do you advise that young people do so that there's a fine tune, there's a fine balance to how they can tell their story as well as go deeper and then able to scale exponentially?
All right, thank you. So fake it till you make it. In my space, I would say you can do that, but you're faking it by actually believing in it. You're coming to sell your business to me, right? And so you don't have everything yet. It's an idea. But you also need to be confident. That's where the faking it comes in. So I'm not going to totally say, no, don't. But of course, don't fake it when I'm doing due diligence. I'll catch you. Right? But you have to know your business. And you have to, like I said, know where you're coming from, where you are and where you want to go. Another example I'll use, one of the companies I manage, they are into share aggregation. They started as, it was actually a lady, started as share butter. She was in the north, so she would do with small containers and sell. She realized there was an opportunity to help the women there. In the north, women don't own lands, but they are the farmers. How do I do this? How do I aggregate? Now they have over 100,000 women in their that they've profiled. 98% of them are, 100,000 smallholder farmers that they've profiled, and 98% of them are female. They are training them in financial literacy. They are doing agroforestry and conservation. So she thought beyond, let me do this, share butter and sell for 50 cedis. So how can I get that 2 billion that's in the global market share, right? Also understanding that if you want to go deeper, you cannot go alone. Strategic partnerships come into play heavily. So I'm a prophet, hallelujah. Strategic partnerships come into play heavily. Maybe you need someone to help you with the tech stuff. You need to build a website, a software. You need someone to help you with some innovation. So this company I'm talking about, share trees take averagely 35 years to mature. Currently grows in the wild. So of course they are picking. They have a current sustainable supply chain. What happens in the next 10, 20, 30 years? Climate change comes, everything dries up, the trees die, people cut them down. So they are thinking big again. And this is a team I like to work with a lot because they are young. The owners, male and female, average 34, 35-year-old, very young team. But they are always thinking ahead. So they decide, okay, we don't cultivate share in Ghana like we do cocoa, but we want to do it. And we can't wait 30 years. So they partner with CSIR and other research institutions, decide to use the grafting method. So it shortens the maturity from 35 to 4 years. Exactly. You see, so they move from, again, share butter in a container to aggregating and sharing selling on the export and international market to making millions of dollars in revenue. I didn't say profit, I said revenue. That doesn't mean they are not profitable. But this is something that in my own small corner, I may think it's not achievable, it's not attainable. It's just share, again. So like he said, it's really true. You talk with entrepreneurs and it's like almost everybody is doing the same thing. We are not doing something different. Everybody is doing fruit juice. Everybody is doing cut vegetables. Everybody is doing snail farming. Everybody is doing mushroom. Do not get me wrong. All these are great. But what other thing are you bringing on board? What are you bringing to the table? Or you're at the table? Yes. But yeah, you think that way and then you grow bigger. Just by thinking about it, you get people to support you and then you can move forward. Thank you.
Good one, Abigail. So we'll take more questions. Before we do that, though, we have a feedback form. You can just scan this QR right now. We want to hear from you. We want to hear ways by which we can improve this program and make it better. So that, as Desmond alluded to, when we make it a paid program next year, you'll be willing to pay top dollar to be here with us to have a very top CD, fine, good money to be a part of this experience. My dollar millionaire is here. He insists that I go with dollar anyway. Yes, so please, let's take it. For those who are watching online, so Desmond has shared this link as a comment on the YouTube screen. So please do well to check that. It's online as well. The production team, great production team MX24, they have that available for our online viewers. So please just scan. We want to hear from you. How do we make it a better experience? For those of you watching online, how do we give you some of our tea break? How do you participate in that? Do we drop it in the comment section? Let's hear from you, right? We want to hear from you. Grace Love, let's hear your question.
Thank you very much. Irene, right? Abigail. Oh, okay, Abigail. Your session was so insightful, and thank you so much. But I noticed that as you spoke, you were focused more on innovative projects, hands-on things. So I'm wondering if there are opportunities for grants for commerce business. For example, I'm in the fabrics business. What are some of the opportunities there? How can I leverage on, the years that I've traded as a trader to get grants and then other investments opportunities? Thank you.
Okay, so forgive me, maybe my presentation was a bit more biased because of my background, but there really are grants for everyone, anyone and anything, let me put it that way. There are institutions that will give you money to do what you need to do. So for instance, I mentioned GIZ. There are grant opportunities for you. Sometimes you may not get access to them directly, so you may want to go through an accelerator like InnoHub, because you have to, again, even though it's a grant, even though you're a sole proprietor, even though you may have been doing it for 15, 20 years, there are certain things that you need to have in order for them to say, oh, you qualify for the grant. The grant is there, but it may take 3 months or so after application before you get it. Because again, they are doing their due diligence. It's free money you will not pay back, but they need to know that you are using the money for the right things. You are making impact. That is what now everybody's looking out for, impact. So maybe you go to InnoHub, they help you put together a pitch deck where you are able to tell your story, articulate what you're doing. And so somebody from GIZ will take and say, oh, this business, what's the name of your business, please? Agape. Okay. Oh, Agape, their pitch deck looks nice. That's the first thing. Oh, okay, this is revenue. This is how much they are asking. This is what they are going to use the money for. Because if you just ask for $10,000 or 10,000 cedis, I need to know what you're using it for. Maybe you're buying fabrics, you're buying dyes, it's for working capital, it's for to employ people and all that. It helps them say, oh, even though you're asking for 10,000, I'll give you 15,000. Because maybe as part of their target, they need to increase the number of young people in employment or provide funding to women entrepreneurs. I think women at that time, most of the investors are looking at women-led, women-owned businesses, and the young people as well. Oh, you also get, you are not sidelined, but it's almost as if currently, once you're a woman and you're doing something great, the opportunity is there. Yes, you are able to enter the rooms that the men have been entering for years, and they would give it to you. So it doesn't matter what you're doing. Again, it's about researching and speaking to people. And so what we do, sometimes people come to us and say, oh, Wanga, I see you give money, I want money. And we sit with them, you have a meeting, 15 minutes into a meeting, we realize that, oh, they are not a fit. Because we are climate for the Green Fund. So when we look at certain priority sectors, you must be operating in climate, smart agriculture, or renewable energy, water management, waste management, e-mobility, and all that. So I sit with you, oh, Agape is fabric, sorry, you are not a fit. But ABCDE institution may be a fit for you. We connect you to the person. Like I said, there's money in Ghana, but if you don't know, you don't know. So really, don't hesitate. You may even be well aware that you do not fit into what I do, but you do not know whom may be a better fit for you. It doesn't stop you from knocking on our doors, calling us, sending an email. It's an opportunity for us to also let you know that there are people out there, and you get it. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Abigail. Okay, we have a question here.
Hello. Right. So my question is actually to Desmond. Uh, so I think in your presentation you mentioned that you use bamboo, right? And I want to understand what you suggest when it comes to investment. Are you do you suggest walking into physical spaces, or you think people can trust themselves onto apps that we have? And I don't want to ask apps that you recommend, but how do you know this app is genuine for you to put some money on there? You get me? Uh-huh.
So I used bamboo because I know they have, I think, a license with the SEC some way. But even that, if anything should go south, I don't even know where I'm going to chase them up from. And so, and that's a risk, right? And so I'm not telling you to just go and put in money or buy through bamboo. I'm giving what I did. Again, I'm willing to take the risk. Number two, I'm not putting so much money in bamboo. I just have, okay, I'll mention the figure, but something small in there. Yes, it's personal, something small in there. And so even if it should go south, I think I can live without it. Beyond that, I also have investment through SIMS, foreign investment through SIMS. Again, I also have equity, Ghana Stock Exchange through SBG Securities. I have other things. So I'm not just doing one thing. So if anything should happen to one, again, I've really learned my lesson. So I don't put all my eggs in one basket, spread it across, and so that if anything should happen. But the thing is, these apps, you really need to check if they are licensed by the SEC or they have any sort of arrangement with the SEC. If they do, they know that at least they have completed some basic things done. But even there, like I said, even with bamboo, not a pay that, if anything should go bad, I don't know who I'm going to chase because there's no fiscal office here in Ghana. But I know they are working on something like that. I understand. Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Desmond. Something for us, the side hustlers. So I work in the financial sector. I also MC events on weekends and evenings. Yes, side hustle, yes. And in terms of combining it with my 9 to 5, there are times when you have somebody who wants you to MC, say, an engagement or a traditional marriage, and it's on a Thursday morning. So you have to be in the office. I don't know, but maybe you have other side hustlers who have similar stories and how it clashes with their 9 to 5. How do you manage that as a side hustler, as a professional side hustler?
So, you know, when it comes to this, some people have, what do they call it? Their jobs are flexible. Yes. So we have people, for my end, I think we have from 7 to 5. Is it 5 or 6? Yes. So, but you're supposed to be in the office for 8 hours. So mostly it's from 8 to 4:30. Do you get it? Yes. But if I can extend and maybe go and do my side hustle and come, and my boss would approve, that is fine. But that is it. As long as you are doing what you are supposed to do with your 9 to 5, it's fine. But if you know it's not going to be allowed, you just let them know this is it. That is why I mostly say you have to make your clients aware. They have to inform you before time so that you have ample time to seek for permission to be able to go and do your work. That's how it's done. Yes.
Thank you very much. It just so happens that some people in this town have emergency weddings. So, I don't know, but yes, because, I mean, there are people who have contacted me to MC an event 2 hours before the event. Or some people realized they were getting married the night before and that they would need an MC. You know, so things like that also do happen, but I'll take it under advisement. Or maybe I'll find a flexible job so that I can get to manage those two. Thank you very much to you two, Abigail and Daniel, right? David, awesome. Thank you. Please let's put our hands together for them. Let's celebrate them. Awesome stuff. Once again, we have the QR code for feedback. We want to get all the feedback that you have for us. We really want to learn from you and make sure that we improve this and make it better, bigger, more amazing, more impactful, so more people get to benefit from this. Our sponsors, as I mentioned earlier on, Enterprise Trustees, Access Pension Trust, achieved by Petra, Career Wheel, and great media support from MX24 TV, who have put us live on air, streaming on all their socials, and giving us a lot of great production work as well. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. At this juncture, I would want to call back on stage our conference host to give us a vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for Desmond as he comes forward.
Wow. I think last year, by the time that I was coming to give my vote of thanks, it was only this room that was available. But today you have this, and some part of that. Maybe next year we'll have a full room yes. But really, guys, I'm really, really thankful for you guys spending your whole Saturday. Some came as early as 8:30 to help me carry the things up here. So really, really, we appreciate you guys coming here. And to the speakers, to the sponsors, to the partners, we really, really, really appreciate. And to our MC, can you give a round of applause, please? Yes. And I hope that you learned something new today. Even if it's one thing, for me, even if it's one thing you learned today, I think we've made an impact in your life. And so I think you can go ahead and also share it on social media, what you learned. You can tag me, you can post on Snapchat and tag me. On Snapchat it's Palenzi, but beyond that, everywhere else, Desmond Bredu. LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, now X, Instagram, Desmond Bredu. Just tag me in it, and I'll be sure to repost it. You can also take nice pictures after here and tag me, and I'll repost them as well. Again, just for settings and packaging, but we really appreciate it. So thank you. And we trust that next year, when it's a paid event with something small, you also still come. We promise it will not be expensive, because for me, it's really about the impact. But we need to make sure that you guys, when you come, something to eat, something to drink, it's available for you. Really, really appreciate. And the feedback form has a really good surprise there. If you want one-on-one sessions, you can just scan it and also put your details there, and I'm sure we can get in touch with you. And just to say, again, thank you guys for coming. We really, really appreciate it. And I hope that 2025, we take bold steps, we make wise decisions, and we make resilient progress. So as you go back home, safe travels, and may your journey ahead be prosperous and fulfilling. See you again next year or this year for maybe something. No, not that December, maybe like a mid-year review or something like that. So you see. Thank you guys so much. Really please. But one more thing, we want to take pictures, again, for settings. So MC will direct it. Thank you very much.
Super, super, super. You want to say something? Yes, we'll do that. We'll share the link via email for feedback. I think we'll share the presentations from the various sessions as well. Please don't be in a hurry to go. We'll take the group picture, as Desmond mentioned. Want to once again acknowledge our sponsors. We are very grateful to you for the support. You made this possible. Enterprise Trustees, Access Pension Trust, achieved by Petra, Career Wheel, and then MX24 TV. Please put your hands together for them. We also want to make special mention of some individuals who've played very pivotal roles to making this happen. They've provided production support in the background. There's NY Bredu. He's held with our social media. NY is out there. Big ups to you. Lots of appreciation to Nana Ofuriata, 1,000. You feel the vibe. Yeah, he was around early on. He also helped with a lot of social media work and production work. And Yao, who's always hiding behind a pillar somewhere. Yao, I mean, if you've seen some of the media work that goes with 1,000's music programs and all of that, Yao is the magician behind all of those. Is amazing, and he's very consistent as well. We also want to give some big ups to our producer extraordinaire. I don't know where he's at. Master Eddy, up here. Please call that guy in the black shirt. His name is Eddy. That's right. So this guy, crazy guy. So he's a producer, he's a presenter, He's a travel buddy, and he's a member of the haircut committee. We'll explain that one later. But Charlie, great guy, always there to support. Please give it up for them. Yes, we appreciate all of you. So we are going to do it this way. We'll have the speakers who are still here to take a quick picture. Then we'll have a big picture, all of us together. We'll have one big group picture before we go. So speakers first. Let's have speakers. Yeah, I'll join. Okay, with regards to refreshment, we have packed food outside. So when we are done with the pictures, we'll take that. We also have some of the soft drinks and pastries from early on. So you can nibble on some of those as well. It's just part of our appreciation to you for being with us all day. Some of you, especially the guys on this side, they came from the very beginning and they've been with us throughout. God bless you guys.
Every day is packed with its own surprises.